This is Core, and now a Core News special as Andy Burnham becomes Prime Minister. Hello and welcome to Core News. Hopefully you can hear me, and we're here, and what we are looking at is Downing Street. Andy Burnham is set to become the UK's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years this morning. The podium is just being put out and mic'd up, as we can see here. Hopefully you can hear me. I've got the microphone there, but just started to quite a lot on a very small paper. Okay, yeah. So what we're looking at is the streets of Downing Street. Keir Starmer is set to come out this morning and tender his resignation to the King, which is it's a weird constitutional quirk because the King is inherently the leader of government. I'm setting up, so just leave you with Downing Street. their apologies for that. The busy floor setup are currently fighting with a dry cough. So yeah. So as you can see, the podium is out. We're waiting for Keir Starmer. He's expected at he's expected at about 11. Hang on. Literally just grabbing this. He's expected at 11:15 to speak to the nation. He will then head to Downing Street for a private audience with the King, where he will also tender his resignation. The King will accept, and then Andy Burnham will head to Downing Street. He will be appointed as Prime Minister by the King, because it's the King's government and we love a constitutional work in this country. And then from there, Burnham will come here, he'll make a big speech, and then he will get to work appointing his cabinet. And shortly we will be looking at his potential cabinet picks. So, good morning, welcome. I'll try not to go mad on this one, but look there, the podium's there. Sorry, it wasn't on time for you guys to see the podium there. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you know how to talk about the podium now. Tripod is close. Sorry about that, guys. This was a very last minute idea. Okay, so the cabinet ministers are now coming out. We're expecting that Keir Starmer will join them any minute now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Connor. Appreciate it.
Cabinet ministers are out. They've had a final session with Starmer this morning. That's the kind of music everyone out ready to say their final goodbye to Keir Starmer's premiership as Prime Minister. He resigned. 6 weeks ago now, it feels like it's flown by. Noticed him against Andy Burnham in the leadership election for Labour, and so he was elected, then posed. Yeah, they're all crowded around the door. Podium is not centred, that's going to annoy me. Oh, some person's head is now blocking our camera. Just trying to go a little bit stage. So, here we go. Everyone's all crowded around. You can see much of the Labour Party membership there. They're all ready to see Keir Starmer leaving office for the final time. Pretty perfect. All the Labour faithful are all being directed around by, I believe that's the Chief Whip. Yeah. Keir Starmer about to make his farewell address. with a lot of people around. They really haven't centered the tripod this time. Normally they at least bother to try and center it. But apparently this time they haven't. They've got you see the line that can it's a short drive from Buckingham. It's a short drive from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace, I should say. It's not like Burnham will be waiting a long while to go on. I'd like to thank the Liverpool Echo as well for these images. Because obviously we can't have get on with it ourselves. So the Labour Party faithful are amassed. They are ready to see Keir Starmer give his final speech. Dozens of the friends and allies. Rachel Reeves is also in the crowd. It's quite similar to the arrival of Sir Keir Starmer all those many years ago. Which feels like a long time ago, even if it really wasn't. The lectern in position, crowds amassed. We don't know what he's going to say. We don't need to say anything much about Burnham because he's already said that he will support whoever succeeds him. So we don't imagine there'll be too much on that. Probably pay tribute to his family and those who've helped him along the way. Then he'll be applauded out and get a car to go to Downing Street. Not to Downing Street, to Buckingham Palace, where he will stay, have a quick audience with the King. Massive crowds have amassed. Much of the world's press is there, most of the British press. It's almost become routine at this point. You can really see how many people are there. Big crowds. I'm keeping an eye on the news as well because they've got a better eye on things compared to me. There is a tradition that has come to light in recent years, which is where the outgoing PM and their spouse are clapped out. So basically, all the staff line out the inside and give them a round of applause as they leave for the final time. They'll be flanked by many. You get clapped in and you get clapped out, and they've reached the point now of being clapped out. You can see now the gates at the back of Whitehall, where much of the general public are going to gather to try and see the speech. I'd recommend it if I was them, I think. So from what we know, Keir Starmer is awake. He woke up in the Chancellor's residence. He's fully packed. There were movie bands in all weekend. His departure should be imminent. We were expecting it in about 10 minutes' time, but it's most likely going to be an early departure than what we were expecting. Large crowds there in Downing Street. Indeed, I don't think we saw crowds like this when Rishi Sunak left office. Definitely not when Liz Truss left office. I don't believe when Boris Johnson left office. So I think Keir Starmer's definitely got a record of all of those either. Hopefully you can hear me over this. It is pretty loud ambient noise. Definitely another change in the guard at Buckingham Palace to the one there normally is. This time the changing of the government as well, which is it's quite exciting, isn't it? This whole thing. I imagine it's almost becoming routine at this point. Feel free to share your views below as well. You can see throngs of crowd there. Throngs of crowd? That's not exactly English, is it? People stood fronting the door. It is really clearly off centre, this podium, isn't it? It's going to drive me nuts, though. You're watching News. And we're just seeing some images now as Andy Burnham is set to become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Yeah, we are just having a look now. Overhead camera.
Oh, nice of you to make an appearance, Fred.
Yeah, we can see here masses of media, lots of people with cameras. One day I aspire to be among them. Obviously, I won't hear them for a while. Just gonna bring this up to here so you can definitely hear me. Because it's naturally very quiet. At least you hear me now. Really are tweaking the tone of this, aren't they? You'd think, from the moment they decide to bring everyone outside, they'd be ready, but I imagine they might just be having final moments with the staff and things. Maybe it seems like he's getting shot. He's not, he's just resigning. He's going to stay on as the MP for his local constituency, which is in practice in Holborn, I do believe.
One of those cameras is firing off continuously.
Just catching a glimpse of news report there. And David Lammy, Steve Reed, Sharon Jones, Richard Hermer, Sadiq
Oh, is that
Khan are all there.
enormous?
See Rachel Reeves is having a conversation. It's a whole or nothing bit, isn't it? Come back to this. This is where we're going to be seeing the speech from. just having a check of things on here. So sorry about that, but go try and increase the bit rate because apparently the bit rate of the stream is issuing. Don't know how much I can change on screen. Did I have a bit rate release? Don't know, I lost it. Let's just try. Okay. Okay, so let's see how much of an impact that has made. Don't know how much it will have made. I doubt much. Worth a shot. So, Keir Starmer set to leave office in the next couple of minutes. Leave within a term of 2 years, final time. And he will come outside, among the crowds, give a final speech, and then get in a car and head straight for Buckingham Palace. Which I don't know if we'll be able to see on this, so we might need to take a pause. The famous back door on number 10, Downing Street. And that famous podium, which I wonder if we'll see the podium for Andy Burnham, because they tend to change them. I don't know if it's going to be economic. Just check the tone output on this. Recommend using audio stream bitrate 394. I can try to increase that to I hope that makes me sound better. Don't know if it does. You're watching cool. Now I'm just waiting for the Prime Minister to emerge from Downing Street. Which I don't know if he will anyway. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. My work is done. In 6.5 years, I took our party from a historic defeat in 2019, general election victory in 2024. Since then, it has been the privilege of my life to serve you and this great country as Prime Minister. And I am confident that Britain is now stronger and fairer than it was 2 years ago. Our economy is stronger. Our public services are on the up, with the biggest fall in waiting times for 17 years. Children are being lifted out of poverty every single day. Immigration is down significantly. Our defence and security are on a far stronger footing, and our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Stronger footing, and our international reputation is greatly enhanced. Yet the thing I will always take away with me, the most humbling aspect of this job, is the front row seat you get to witness the greatest things of this country in action. To see every day immeasurable acts of resolve, grit, decency, and compassion from people who serve our country, whether that's in their regimental colours, NHS scrubs, or simply the millions of people in their communities who volunteer their time and their effort to the ground beneath their feet. We face a world now where our enemies will stop at nothing to divide us because of our values, our freedom, our decency, and frankly, because of our unflinching resolve towards the brave people of Ukraine. And so under this attack, it is vital that we remember the greatness of the Britain all around us, that while we debate how to fix our problems, there is something we inherit from our country and our character that can give us confidence, that we can change our country for the better, that we can create a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent will take them, and we can unite different people under our common flag if we don't succumb to that division. So, as I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham, I wish him every success. He has my full support. And finally, I want to thank once again my family, Vic and our children, my team, all the staff here and across the Labour Party, everyone at Number 10 and across the civil service, and everyone who has supported our efforts along the way. For all the focus on individuals, politics will always be a team sport, and the changes we've delivered for our country and our party belong to everyone who has fought for them. I thank them again today, and I thank the British people for the opportunity to serve. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
And that was history. Sir Keir Starmer exiting office now for the final time, speaking to his friends, his allies, his colleagues, getting resounding cheers, reverently. He has left his home of 2 years for the final time, and left the responsibility of the country with Andy Burnham. We do not know what a Burnham premiership will fully look like yet. But let's take a moment for this Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, elected with 410 members of Parliament in 2024, but has struggled throughout the winter flu allowance and the like. Facing attack from both the left and the right, and those disastrous May election results sealed his fate. And he now drives off, away from here, towards Buckingham Palace. We'll see if these images we get will show us Buckingham Palace or not, which I don't know if they will. Nope, I believe we are staying here at Downing Street for the moment. No, we're not. We are following a live drone feed now of Sir Keir Starmer's trip to resign. Don't know if it's a drone or a helicopter. But here we go. In the sky. It's a short trip, passing in front of the House of Parliament, which is just here now. He goes to work every day. It's around this corner here, and then just right up the street. It's College Garden. The green, you can see the Supreme Court. Westminster Abbey. So many massive locations, all located within a small square of each other. It's a very long turn, get stuck in some sort of traffic. And we're off again. Yes, we are off again, indeed. There's the motorcade heading up the street now, towards the Mall. I don't know when they're going to turn onto the Mall, quite frankly. But they will in a minute, I know that much. Yes, we are off again, indeed. And it's now up, where we've completely lost the motorcade. So they're not going to turn onto the Mall? I shouldn't. I assume they're going to turn up here then. Oh, you got the feed there. You can see crowds massed at Buckingham Palace, ready to see him go in. We don't know how long he's going to be there for. Quite frankly, you can never really be sure how long someone's going to be there for. If the king's going to keep him or anything. And here we go. Keir Starmer in one of those three cars. You can take a long way around the mall, which is interesting to us. Right the way around the roundabout. All the press are going to see him. You can see them amassed on this side of the road. He's now going to turn in to the gates of Buckingham Palace. And through he goes. You see the flag of the European Union. And a big banner that says rent control now. One of the first things that Andy Burnham says to when he comes into office. We can see now palace guards all lined up. And Keir Starmer heads through the gates. We'll see him now through here. Ordinarily, no press are allowed in that, but I do believe there are a couple. I'll capture him coming up. And there he is. He is now in Buckingham Palace. While he's there, that gives us a moment to reflect on elements of his speech. He has said that my work is done. and that I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything we have achieved. He's also said that he wishes Andy Burnham every success, and he has his full support. Currently in the palace now, he's going to have a private meeting with King Charles III, and he will resign. Keir Starmer has now arrived. He is being greeted by a member of the King's Guard, shaking hands now with someone there, his wife with him too. You can see this. I can't show you up because it's the BBC. Very rare that anyone's allowed in this bit of Buckingham Palace, but they will. And Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria now head into the palace. We don't know how long they'll be, how long it is until they emerge. But we know that resignation will now be offered. So, that's what's going on. So, that is what's going on at the moment. Keir Starmer has gone in to tender his resignation to the palace. For sure, there's going to be a flash or something, and then you'll be back here. Thank you. I'm literally just letting something load in because while we're waiting, rather than just listening to me waffle on, we have an interview which I conducted earlier in the week with the Plaid Cymru member of the Senate, Zainab Akbar. So, we'll bring that to you now.
Okay, are you ready to start?
Hello, I'm happy if you are.
Because
That's okay.
That's okay. Front to me. There we are. Okay. We are joined now by Zainab Akbar, member of the Senedd for Plaid Cymru. Hello. Plaid Cymru won 43 seats in the Senedd's May election, the first time in history that the party has won an election. Can you describe the moment that you were elected and what it felt like for Plaid to become the largest party?
It was a very, very surreal moment. The day it was confirmed, obviously at the count, we'd, as a team, the three of us who were elected, and also the huge team of campaigners and activists, we'd been out for months and months on the ground and trying to, spread our message of hope to the people in Caerdydd on Taf. And we genuinely thought we were fighting for that second seat. We thought if we were going to get the second seat, it would be the number 6 or not at all. So the fact that we actually got 3 seats and we fell as number 1, 3 and 5, so it wasn't even close really if there was to be a recount, was very surreal, even more so for my colleague Nick Carter, who really wasn't expecting to get elected at all. So it was a really amazing result, and for Cardiff in particular as well, it's shown that Cardiff is now a really strong hold for Plaid Cymru. So 50% of not just my constituency, but also Caerdydd Penarth are represented by Plaid Cymru. And my constituency also had the highest voter turnout, which was really encouraging to see. So yeah, it was very surreal. I still don't think it's quite set in, but it was very inspirational to know that the people of Wales voted for us to deliver on our mandate now in government. And we're hoping to deliver on those promises straight from the get-go, but also across the next 4 years as well.
A bit about you before we go on to policy. You competed for Team GB in the 2014 Youth Olympics, finishing 8th in trampolining. How has your background, including your sporting career, shaped the way you approach politics and public service?
Yeah, so I competed in trampoline gymnastics for a long time. I started gymnastics when I was just 4 years old. I did artistic and trampoline, and I was on Welsh squad for both at the age of 10. And then I went on to represent GB from about the age of 16 then. And it was an immense privilege to represent Team GB, but also Wales, because a lot of the time in politics and in sport, Wales gets overlooked or underestimated. And I always loved representing Wales on an international stage because all of the other gymnasts from the other countries would ask what flag it is, where's that country, a bit about the culture. They didn't know there was another language. So I always loved sharing those stories. But being a gymnast from a young age, that sport teaches you a lot of discipline as well. And in terms of politics, it definitely made me realize from a lived experience the importance of culture and the culture sector. And it has been underserved and underfunded for several decades, I would say. But in the Plaid Cymru government, which is part of the reason why I decided to align myself with Plaid, and I feel I share a lot of values with the party, is because there is a focus on culture and the benefits it brings, not just because it's a space where young people can get to know other young children from different backgrounds, but also from a preventative health point of view, we can really be utilising sport, physical activity, arts, culture, music, to ease pressure on our NHS. And even at the other end, when it comes to social prescribing, it doesn't always have to be prescribing medication. It can be prescribing gym memberships to help people live healthier lives as well.
And you talk about culture, but in 2023, Plaid Cymru faced some serious challenges with the publication of the Project Power report, which highlighted issues of misogyny, harassment, and bullying. 3 years later, the party's now won an election. What do you think enabled Plaid to rebuild trust and move forward?
It was important that as a party, everyone within Plaid Cymru, accepted, acknowledged, and we understood that report and its recommendations and the image which it portrayed of the party. And it was essential that we did take accountability for the findings of the report, move swiftly and put the report into action. And we accepted all 82 recommendations of that report as well. So I can comfortably say now, being as a candidate during the campaign, and obviously now as a member and a woman in politics, I can comfortably say that the party has evolved immensely from that report. And so much so we even saw during the campaign and our decision to gender zip our candidates. So it meant that at least 50% of the candidates and then members who were elected were women from the party. And we can see now when you look at the makeup of the chamber that it is a majority of women and a lot of young women as well, which I think is really essential to have in politics.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of parties, your opposition party, Reform UK, on the 17th of June, you chose to lead the chamber during Joe Martin's contribution, saying, "I'm going to leave this because I don't accept any of it and I don't want to be a part of it." Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform nationally, has now resigned and triggered a by-election, which could change the direction of that party. How do you see Reform UK's policies and the wider rise of nationalism shaping Wales and the UK in years ahead? And do you believe that further action like your walkout will need to be taken?
I think myself and Plaid Cymru will never stand for Reform UK or any party making a mockery of our democracy and mocking the constituents which we all represent. All parties represent the same constituents, which is why I chose to leave the chamber. And it was obviously very early on in the Senedd term, and I didn't want that dangerous precedent to be set so early on. And the day that I walked out, that followed the day before, where there was a lot of dangerous rhetoric also being spoken then. So I was very conscious that a precedent was being set that I didn't agree with, and clearly by all the other members who decided to walk out cross-party also didn't want that to be set. So I understand that we've all got different political opinions, but I think the tone in which they're delivered is fundamental, and there's no need to make a mockery of each other or the chamber, the establishment, or more importantly, the constituents. I think lessons have been learned from that, from the other parties in terms of how the delivery is. So we haven't really seen that type of rhetoric since in the way it's been delivered. So I think there was a lot of lessons to be learned from their end as well, from that. In terms of Nigel Farage standing down, I think, we know why he stood down. It's because of the £5 million that he accepted and didn't declare. I think politics only works if politicians are open and honest and transparent. And I think that's the reason why most people either decide not to vote, or particularly in this election, didn't know who to vote for, or weren't going to vote at all, because they'd completely lost faith and trust in politics. And, those examples with reform don't help, and they do a disservice to the people who we should all be serving and improving their lives for. So, it's unfair on the people of Clacton in terms of this by-election, but bringing it back to Wales, I think it shows how different we operate here in Wales, and why the people of Wales decided to vote for Plaid Cymru, because they know we put them first, and they've given us the option, or the opportunity rather, to deliver on the mandate that we've put out in our manifesto.
I know that sorry, I'm just going to start that again. I know that Dan Thomas, the leader of Reform in Wales, he said that he would accept the £5 million from a criminal for his personal safety. Would you do the same?
Say that again, sorry. Would I accept?
Oh, okay. Reform's Welsh leader, Dan Thomas, has said that he would consider a donation from a criminal if it was his only option to help pay for security. Would you do the same?
No, I wouldn't accept £5 million from a criminal. And regardless of whether I would do it or not, it should also still be declared. And in terms of safety, there are other ways that you can go about ensuring your safety, as opposed to, I would argue, accepting money from a criminal is probably not the safest thing to do either. So no.
Moving on, you've been appointed chair of the Equality, Human Rights and Social Justice Committee for this Senate session. What are Plaid Cymru's aims and your own priorities for enhancing equality, human rights and social justice in Wales? And do you anticipate constructive engagement across parties on these issues?
I was delighted to be elected as chair of the Committee for Equality, Human Rights and Social Justice. The reason I got into politics was because of experiences I faced in growing up in child poverty in Cardiff, and the continued injustices so many face in our communities and across Wales. We've only had one meeting so far, so we all met yesterday for the first time. So we're currently in the stages of mapping out our work, so our forward work programme. And I'm really excited by committee work, as most members are, or probably all members, because it is a real opportunity not just to get to know each other across party, but to also find common ground. And there is a lot of common ground on work that can really change people's lives. And a lot of that committee work is used to influence government decisions or hold them to account. So I'm really looking forward to that. In terms of Plaid Cymru specifically, Plaid, as was very clear in the manifesto, has strongly committed to protecting the human rights of people in Wales and also across the globe, which is why we committed in the manifesto to introduce a new Human Rights Act, which would be fully incorporate key international treaties into Welsh law. So that's protecting the rights of women, girls, people with disabilities, young people, for example. And there's a high possibility that the committee will do work around that law, which I'm looking forward to. But just as much as it's about holding the government to account, it's also about really fostering those relationships cross-party to find that common ground on what we can all work on together.
Human rights and the Wales Act 2017 are a reserved matter for the UK Parliament.
Yeah, but there are, implications for public services. So it's down to public services and public bodies to implement it in terms of how they go about equality, diversity and inclusion. And a lot of public bodies will look to Welsh Government in how they should actually implement it to protect the rights of people. So it's a complex issue, but there are definitely parts of it which are devolved.
What is Plaid Cymru's plan to support trans and gender non-conforming people?
So we've seen, unfortunately, a rise of voices in politics and wider society that would seek to diminish the presence of trans people in our society. So it's more important than ever that we do have a Welsh Government that is, steadfast allies in the trans community, which is exactly what Plaid Cymru is doing and has actively voiced as well. And I think I would argue that our Plaid Cymru's First Minister and Deputy First Minister have relentlessly reminded opposition parties, both in the media and in the chamber, that trans people are still protected under the Equalities Act, and that will always be a core principle of the Act. And everyone, regardless of how they identify, should be protected from discrimination and harassment. So Plaid Cymru will always strive to support that.
Do you believe that the Supreme Court's ruling on transgender people brought by Scottish advocates was morally right?
The reality is the Supreme Court ruling has happened, and if a ruling has happened, then as a government and as members, we have to respect that ruling. Our focus is on how we implement that to support public bodies and services in Wales in how it's delivered, but also in a way that protects the people who need it the most in society.
Okay. There's been occasional constitutional discussion about Wales's constitutional identity, for example, whether the Prince of Wales title should continue, and whether Wales should be representative of the Union Jack or the Royal Standard. Do you think Wales should pursue a clearer constitutional status, and how important is national identity in Plaid Cymru's vision for the future?
So Plaid Cymru is committed to furthering constitutional conversations for Wales. We know that the current constitutional settlement doesn't work for Wales, and with powers being reserved to Wales, that means our public services are struggling, like our NHS, our economy, our education system, and fairer funding is continually being denied to us. For example, I think that's most prominent through HS2. So there was advertises the England and Wales rail project, but not one single piece of track came through Wales. And as a consequence of that, Wales is owed at least in the region of £5 billion now. There's also the example of the Crown Estate, which is devolved in Scotland, but not devolved in Wales. And those are assets that we could be utilising to develop renewable energy as well, but to become self-sufficient for the future. So we'll be having these conversations while also pushing for further powers to Wales, not just for power's sake, but for the betterment of everyone's lives in Wales and across Wales, including my constituency. And national identity is immensely important to us in Plaid Cymru, and also to me too, in terms of what I spoke about through gymnastics and having the honour of representing Wales, because we want everyone who chooses Wales as their home to be proud of it, whether they've lived here for 5 minutes or they've been here for 5 generations. We want the Welsh flag to be a symbol of pride and not fear and hatred, as some people have tried to use it for in recent years.
You mentioned the flag being used for hatred. With what we've seen with the Raise the Colours campaign in England, is there a risk of this seeping into Wales?
There is a risk, but I think it's just important that as a party we stand up against it and we reiterate what our priorities are for Wales, what Wales means to us, and what Wales means to the people of Wales, because unfortunately it's usually a loud minority who deliver on this rhetoric, but we can always stand up for more.
Just 2 more questions. Firstly, if a future UK government were open to devolving additional reserve powers, which 3 areas would you most like to see transferred to the Senedd?
That's a good question. I would say absolutely rail needs to be devolved, especially in my constituency of Caerdydd-Fynnon-Taf. Our transport links in the east are really suffering, and the people are suffering as a consequence. As I mentioned, the HS2 project, Wales is owed up to 5 billion, probably more as inflation goes on. And just think about what that could do for our rail infrastructure in Wales. So absolutely rail should be devolved. Secondly, the Crown Estate, which I spoke about, we should be entitled to Welsh natural resources, and our seabeds and offshore wind should be utilised in the same way that Scotland has that privilege. So that's something else. And finally, I would like to see water back into public ownership. Again, we should be more self-sufficient. We have the natural resources there, so it's about utilising it as well.
And I do believe that it was in 2006 that the First Minister at the time rejected Labour's offer of rail devolution. Do you think that was short-sighted?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is the problem that we've had in Wales for the past 27 years with Labour in power, and even more so in the last 2 years when we were promised a better deal with Wales in power at Welsh level, and at Westminster level, that there would be this harmonious relationship, which wasn't the case. Whereas we now have a Plaid Cymru government who only answers to Wales. We don't have any bosses in London or in Manchester, as is currently the case. And we will stand up for the people of Wales and continue to demand what is right for us.
And a final question. In your constituency, which covers a vast swathe of Cardiff, a lot of people would like to know, where is your favourite place to go for coffee, or just go somewhere in your constituency to meet people?
Oh, that's a hard question. There's so many places. There's a place called Cwtch in Robina, which I go to a lot. And it's really nice out the back because they have different like porta cabins really, or little sheds that you can sit in, so you can have really intimate conversations there, and the staff are lovely. So I really enjoy going there. But especially over the next 4 years, I want to explore even more places. So, as you might know, Friday and the weekend usually are constituency days when I'm not really in the Senedd or doing committee business. So I'm actually really keen to find a lot more independent businesses that I haven't visited before, and to highlight them on social media so more people can learn about different independents that they can support. So I'm looking forward to getting around the constituency even more.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. It's lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you.
That was an interview last week with Zainab Akbar, the Plaid Cymru member for Caerdydd-Fynnon-Taf, well, one of the three Plaid Cymru members indeed. And the reason I put that on was firstly because literally nothing's going on, so there's nothing to really talk about. But secondly, that I think it's important to look at a Welsh perspective on these sort of things. So yeah, well, that's that interview, and she does also bring up the Labour's time in government. And when we're looking at Keir Starmer's resignation, Labour have been in government for only 2 years, yet they're already unpopular. There's some elements. My phone is just completely no movement. Oh, it's there. That way. Need to get a new protector for this camera because it's absolutely shattered. But I have now just seen an image. Keir Starmer and the King are now here. The Buckingham Palace has just issued the following statement. Sir Keir Starmer MP had an audience of the King this morning and tendered his resignation as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, which His Majesty was graciously pleased to accept. Lady Starmer was also received by the King. That is that. Keir Starmer has formally resigned as Prime Minister. Keir Starmer is no longer Prime Minister. So Keir Starmer has officially resigned. The Keir Starmer premiership is over. And we're now just waiting for him to emerge from Buckingham Palace, which we imagine will be in the next few minutes. After that, Andy Burnham will come to the palace and be offered the post of Prime Minister by the King, and the King should then accept it. He will then head to Downing Street and make his opening statement, and then throughout the afternoon he will begin to assemble a cabinet. It's an exciting day, a lot of stuff set to happen, although it's almost routine these days, the amount of times it happens. So yeah, we will expect to see cabinet very soon. This is cool. Thank you very much for joining us. We've just received an image. I'll see if I can. I will see if I can. I will see if I can bring these images up now. I'll see if I can bring these images through to you now. Just downloading them. Just give me 2 minutes. Andy Burnham is set to arrive in the next few minutes. We are just waiting now. So as he's right. So as you can see,
Okay, are you ready to start?
Oh, I don't know why that's playing. I do. As you can see, Keir Starmer has arrived at the palace. He has been talking to the king. We can see earlier some images from his resignation. So that's what we're seeing. And we do believe that in the next couple of minutes, Keir Starmer will re-emerge from Downing Street. Re-emerge from the palace, I mean. The meeting being held at the palace's Chinese dining room. It's a reference to some of the furnishings filled with Oriental style objects. This was from the Brighton Pavilion. We're just waiting now for we are now just waiting for Andy Burnham to arrive or for Keir Starmer to leave. I don't think he's left yet. I'm not sure because I'm just seeing things. So just a reminder as well that all of these story of the day so far. Keir Starmer formally resigning. Yeah, adding more images to this in a minute because yeah, that's what we are seeing at the moment. That's Buckingham Palace there. So Keir Starmer has formally resigned, but yeah. Watching Broadclady, and this is me getting a picture for watching Broadclady, and this is the moment we are waiting for Andy Burnham to arrive at the palace, at the Buckingham Palace, to be appointed Prime Minister by the King. It's coming up to 12 o'clock, so a summary of the rest of the day's headlines. Um, Spain have beat Argentina 1-0 in the FIFA World Cup final in New York, New Jersey. Um, they had a goal chalked off early on. Well, not early on. It was 0-0 until extra time. Then there was a goal chalked off in extra time for an alleged foul, which I don't believe that was a foul, having watched it. And then they had a second goal chalked off for offside. But they did get the one goal, and they have now lifted the World Cup. Um, Broadcast from journalist Edward Stolton has died at the age of 68. He had a career spanning more than 40 years, including a decade on BBC Radio 4's Today programme. Fire crews in Edinburgh has spent the night battling a large fire on Arthur's Seat. Small plumes of smoke could could be seen on Monday morning along Salisbury Crags after the fire broke out the previous evening. First Minister of Wales, Rhys Iorwerth, has defended voting with reform in the Senate hours after criticising Labour for voting with it against the Welsh Government's budget. The minority Plaid Cymru Welsh Government failed to pass the supplementary budget on Tuesday night and went on to criticise Labour for voting with reform, but they had voted for reform in a motion on Badger Colour on Wednesday. Anyway, we have a question. It's here, so we can answer. Thoughts on what Burnham's cabinet will be? Well, it's looking like Shabana Mahmood will be the Chancellor. Um, Ed Miliband will be somewhere in it. Angela Rayner will probably make a return to front bench. I don't know if Burnham would grant Keir Starmer like a parliamentary undersecretary or something similar, but possibly he might get a small role with some distance, or maybe he'll just be left to his own devices. Um, Wes Streeting will most likely be in the cabinet. We don't know if there'll be room for people like David Lammy, who was staunch Labour. Al Khans, who was the Defence Secretary, could return to the same brief, but there again are also rumours that um, Wes Streeting could take that role. Wes Streeting might even return to health. Um, yeah, so the cabinet's a bit all over the place at the moment, but we believe that that'll be kept throughout the day. So that's my thoughts. So that's what I believe about the cabinet. Deputy Prime Minister Lucy Powell, possibly. Um, there is a lot of speculation going round. there's a lot of speculation going around the cabinet. We just don't know for sure. The President's Minister Lord Timpson has quit this morning, which feels a little weird that Lord Timpson would quit, given the fact that there's most likely going to be a reshuffle in the next couple of hours. So wait, just to confirm the amount of prime ministers that we have had: 7 prime ministers, 7 leaders in 10 years. So Italy has had 5, America has had 4, Germany has had 3, Spain has had 2, and France has had 2. There is now a record number of former living prime ministers. John Major, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak, and Keir Starmer, who will all appear together on Remembrance Sunday for the service at the Cenotaph, which will be interesting. What did you make of Starmer's speech earlier? It was pretty generic, Leaver speech. Just to go back through it for just to go back through people, he says his work is done. And he took them from a historic defeat to a landslide victory. He says that Britain is a strong and fairy country. He said Andy Burnham was full support and he wishes her every success. He then thanked his family and staff. It's pretty generally what you would get in a Leaver speech. Wasn't expecting anything else, wasn't expecting anything less, anything more. I think it would have been more supposed to be being less generic with it, so yeah. Still no sign of Andy Burnham or any sign of anyone else. We'll just keep an eye here. Once again, thanks for the images. Yeah, we still don't know where people are at the moment, but we know that Andy Burnham is expected shortly. Just adding more images to this slideshow because Andy Burnham will be coming in shortly. Watching, cool. And we are still. Buckingham Palace gates have opened. Yes, I have seen that. Doesn't usually mean anything. We'll be expecting a motorcade to enter the palace. Like that one. That is Andy Burnham entering the palace right there, I do believe. That's that's the Prime Ministerial cars. I'm not certain. But the Prime Ministerial cars will be there. That is Burnham, is it? Keir Starmer has left, and Andy Burnham is now arriving at the palace. He's just turned in. See him tracking through. He is the one who has just gone through those gates, and here we are. Let's get a ground view. This is what we're seeing. He's pulling up now. Future Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Andy Burnham, pulling up to the palace gates. The doors will be opened. His car. And that is him there. In the next 20 minutes, he will become Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. He's welcome to the palace. He shakes the hands. Palace secretary. And his wife will now through. Not the traditional door, not the traditional door that we use, but now walk through. And the official photographers will follow. So we've just seen Andy Burnham enters the palace, and he will go outside as Prime Minister in the next few minutes. Story. We'll just see that. Given the fact we are just looking at a blank door, I'll just show you the story of the day so far. The gates of Buckingham Palace, as crowds jostle round. Keir Starmer being welcomed to the palace there. The King himself heading in. Remember that suite. So that is what we are seeing. That is very much the story of the day.
Thank you.
Will you shut the way start? No one's really saying anything. We are just keeping an eye on. But Andy Burnham in the next few minutes will be officially offered the post of Prime Minister by the King. So once again, we've just seen Andy Burnham arrive in the offices of the palace of Westminster. Not Palace of Westminster, Buckingham Palace. I don't know why I said Palace of Westminster. Probably because we're all now thinking about Westminster. Once again, this is just earlier, Andy Burnham arriving at the palace. We are keeping an eye on that door for him to officially exit as Prime Minister. We are waiting for that statement to be made that he has been appointed to the office of Prime Minister. We don't know when it's going to happen. It should happen in the next few minutes or so. We're keeping a close eye on the Buckingham Palace website. We are just going to be looking at this door for a while. I do promise you that, I'm afraid I have. If you've got any more questions, please do let me know, because right now I am incredibly bored. It's just a lot of waiting, isn't it?
Well, I think the pilot needs the both gives told you several times that you have it so to remind you that grandma and grandpa lots.
Your financial you'll probably be something as well.
There's also grandparents that keep DIY
Once again, that image from earlier of Andy Burnham entering Buckingham Palace. And in the next few minutes, we will get the statement that he has become Prime Minister. she can help the person who's opening the door. Hopefully she can actually open the car door on the way back, because it was a bit awkward. I hope it wasn't locked, because surely you should be able to lock it from the outside. But then again, I do suppose it is probably, it's most likely an armoured car. But keep an eye on the news. The other news, this is proper news. We are keeping an eye to see if he will be appointed Prime Minister. I'm excited this for the helicopter shot, and quite frankly the helicopter shot is slightly worse, because at least this way we will definitely see him when he leaves. This is cool, and we are just waiting for the statement that Andy Burnham has formally been appointed to the role of Prime Minister, and we will bring him his speech as soon as we have it. So, for the time being, this is cool. I'm going to take 30 seconds to myself, if that's alright, and then I'll be back. Welcome back. Apologies for me taking about 30 seconds there. I just needed a drink and needed a breather, because we've been going on for nearly an hour and a half. So, what am I going? What do you believe Andy Burnham will say at his speech later in Downing Street? Well, there is a convention that he will thank the previous Prime Minister. So, at first, he will say thank you to Keir Starmer who took part in his legacies. Then he will go on about his plans. Most likely, it will be about regional devolution, which is looking at there's European clusters and that. We hope to see a bit more policy. We might have some hints of the cabinet too. Most likely stay on to see all the cabinet appointments throughout the day as well. This is going to be a long one. I don't know if I'll quite make the election one, because that was long. I think it'll be somewhere around there. And please follow our social media accounts below for those. Multiple accounts. Please follow them. YouTube app called #Sleddy, on Instagram, Threads, and X it's app called Leddy. And we have a photographer emerging, and I do believe Andy Burnham has officially been appointed Prime Minister. The relationship between the King and Keir especially, do you think the relationship will be strong this time? I don't know. We don't normally find out too much about it. I mean, from what I can tell, King Charles and Keir Starmer have had a decent relationship. I think that it's more about getting the advice and things. So that's what's most important. So we have seen the photographer emerge. We are just awaiting now the official statement that Andy Burnham has become Prime Minister. Finally have a second image to my slideshow, which is nice. The story of the day so far. We can see here. Andy Burnham stepping out and going into Buckingham Palace. That's what we've got so far. We're just awaiting now a full statement. Thank you very much. stay on for that. Yeah, I do apologise if you can't hear us properly. Let me head over to this a second. I'm just going to check our connection with just going to reset our connection to the Liverpool Echo. Okay, I've reset our connection to that, so hopefully this is better. We're back to the aerial shot. We've gone away from the door. Video was very loud with gravel, yeah. First pictures of King and Andy. Yep, the first pictures have just arrived. I'm going to bring them to you literally in the next 12 seconds. Just allow me to add them to the slideshow. But we do King and Andy Burnham. We've just received this image of the King and Andy Burnham together, which I can bring to you now. Andy Burnham was heading into the palace, so, and he has now met with the King in the Chinese drawing room. So yeah, we have now seen the two together. We know that the official appointment is about to be made, and then the cabinet will be appointed throughout the day today and tomorrow. Most likely find out about most of the cabinet appointments this afternoon, if any are changing. Back in Downing Street, just a bit of news. Labour officials have arrived and are now starting to line the streets. Looks like they're going to be lining it. King looks happy, unlike whenever he met whoever it was when he said, "Oh no, not again." That was mistrust that he said that to, but I think we should also bear in mind that his mother had literally just died, and that's why he said that. It was, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Which is quite funny to have that. But we are just awaiting now the official confirmation of appointment, which we don't know when we're going to get it, but we will get it soon. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Please give it to us soon. They're having a proper chat in there, aren't they? I mean, I don't know how long it's been since he showed up. Let me have a check. Let's see how. It's been about 15 minutes, so we are expecting it to take about 20 minutes. New question. Do you think Shabana Mahmood is nailed on for Chancellor? I don't think anyone is necessarily nailed on for any particular cabinet role. I know Stretchers otherwise are a bit deluded. I think that we won't know until the end, frankly. We won't know until the appointments are made. But I imagine that Andy Burnham, given that he's had all this time and he didn't have to win the leadership contest, I do believe that he will know who he wants in each role. And we've got breaking news to bring you. Andy Burnham is officially the 59th Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Andy, so just breaking news to bring you, Andy Burnham is officially the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. So just some breaking news there to bring you. Andy Burnham has become the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He is the 59th Prime Minister in the history of the country and will head the government on behalf of the King. Officially, we all know it, the King just appoints whoever wins elections. It's good water. But the water in London is not as nice. He's just been invited by King Charles to form a government in a private meeting at Buckingham Palace. This is the full statement. His Majesty received in audience the Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP and requested him to form a new administration. The Right Honourable Andrew Burnham MP accepted the King's offer and kissed hands upon the appointment as Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury. Miss Marie-France Van Heel was also received by His Majesty. So that is the statement that has just been issued, that has formally confirmed that Andy Burnham has become the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, succeeding Sir Keir Starmer. He's the 59th Prime Minister, and he has kissed the King's hands upon appointment. I don't know why he's kissed the King's hands. I imagine that there's some tradition about it. But we expect then that he should emerge from the palace in the next few minutes. A few more images have come through. There's one of them showed together, but that one's not been actually published yet. We've got to wait for the publication of them all. So that is that. Andy Burnham is now the Prime Minister. And Keir Starmer has left. He's long gone. And we are just awaiting now to see the motorcade emerge from the palace and head to Downing Street, where we will hear Andy Burnham's speech and plans for government. They've had over a 20-minute natter now, haven't they? Let's have a check. Do you like to check these things? Yeah, they have been in there for a little for 20 minutes now since Andy Burnham arrived. Ish, roughly. It's always a rough measurement. But we believe he's been in audience with the King for about 18 minutes. Given that it's quite a big palace, I imagine it would take him his time to get down. So yeah. So we are just waiting once again for him to arrive. Police apparatus are now clearing the way ahead of him. That we won't have to worry about red traffic lights for a while. And then went through massive front gates. But just in 1905, most people in the UK didn't have a vote, which is quite interesting to point out. So yeah, way is pretty much cleared, and they'll have a straight path to Downing Street. It would take 4 minutes the journey. Well, it wouldn't be that long. It'll probably take the same route that Keir Starmer took earlier, possibly a slightly different one, because he could go through Horse Guards Parade in theory. but I don't know who will. Oh, we've had another image released. Oh, and we do have some breaking news as well. That the lectern that that Keir Starmer was using has been removed and has been replaced instead by two microphones, which is quite interesting, really. I think it very much shows that Andy Burnham is trying to take a different direction as Prime Minister. Let's just show you the images that we've received so far. Andy Burnham meets with the King, they shake hands, they've had a conversation, and sit together. That's what we have received so far. Question is, will they be able to open the door when he leaves? That's the real question. No more lectures, just two microphones. I mean, two microphones is actually quite reminiscent of Margaret Thatcher. She never used a lectern when she spoke outside of Downing Street. It's quite an interesting comparison to make, because you'd almost think of Burnham in the way that he talks about the North and making sure he spreads equality throughout the regions of the United Kingdom as the anti-Thatcher. But we don't know, do we? Alright, nothing yet. We are just waiting for him, and then we will see his inaugural speech. It does indeed look like the lectern era is over. Sad day. I like the lecterns. I think they add a bit of grandioseness to it. So Andy Burnham is formally been elected to the role of Prime Minister. Some guesses that have been put out. Prime Minister Andy Burnham, obviously. Deputy Prime Minister Lisa Powell, and DWP Secretary. Hello again, apologies for that. I had to go out on some urgent business. We are just waiting now on them to emerge. Oh, so we're now seeing Downing Street. He hasn't left yet, so I'm surprised they've cut to this. I don't know why we've got this pool feed because. Yep, the lectern is gone and it is just two microphones. Gutted. We can see now Labour officials everywhere. Lots of people who we don't know. See if we can spot anyone we do know. New members of Parliament there, I expect.
Imagine they'll be together.
Yeah, we are just waiting now for it to emerge. Lots of people from Labour there. Crowds are building a massive thing. This is quite similar to what he used to do as Mayor of Greater Manchester. He didn't use a lectern at all, and it was in his aim to have an air of difference about him, which we're looking forward to. Sorry, I'm just looking. I've got my device over here, so if it looks a bit weird, it's because I'm leaning over just to check things. Oh, and we've cut back to the door now, and we are expecting to see Andy Burnham emerge in the next few minutes. Oh, no. Gravel is really loud, so I don't know. Turn it down a little bit. It's quite a loud crunch. Yep, we're just expecting him to now emerge from the doors. See if it works. We'll see if he does emerge. Here we are, just waiting now for him to emerge. He is taking his time. there's just nothing really to say while we're waiting, so I've sat in silence, that's why. Well, here we go. People are emerging. There are thumbs up, and we do believe that this is now going to be Prime Minister Andy Burnham emerging. More people walking across now. Nope, gonna cut away. We're gonna miss it. When it does happen, we're gonna miss it. We can see the gate has been opened. It is not open, no. Hey, what? I wonder why we did this pool thing. Here we go. Andy Burnham has now left Buckingham Palace. Palace? I don't know why I said it like that. Shaking hands with the King's Guard, and he will now head straight to Downing Street to give a speech. Cheers outside as he heads into the Prime Minister's armoured car. She's going to be able to. Ooh. Bit of an overhead. Door just not. That door is a bit off, iffy, isn't it? It can't be opened properly, it can't be shut properly. And here we go. Andy Burnham now drives out of the gates and towards the other gates. Here we go. He's heading now along the mile. Which is he going to go? Oh, he's going a different way to the way Starmer took. No, he's not. He's going the. No, he is going a different way. Interesting. He's going to head southwards first. And here we go. Driving down now. Heading towards Downing Street. We can see there that traffic has been stopped by armored cars and a man on a motorbike. Yeah, he's heading out towards Downing Street, and we know there is a sizable crowd there already. So here we go, driving towards there. And here we go, he's heading now for the arch. It's currently being renovated, I do believe. So currently being renovated and transformed to HM. Yeah, Andy Burnham and his Verticade are now heading into Downing Street itself along Whitehall. Alright, they're zipping round. The helicopter can hardly keep up. And here we go, Andy Burnham now turning into Downing Street. And here we go. The crowd's cheering as his car pulls in. No lectern, yes, we've mentioned that.
It's about to get out of the car. You can hear the helicopters overhead, I'm sure. You can hear the applause. I'm sure this is about to get even louder.
So here we go, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Andy Burnham, heading into Downing Street amongst the crowds. He's tried to get there 3 times, twice before, rejected as the leader of the Labour Party, and today he is accepted. Crowds there. His envelope comes on in amongst people. Massive crowds, awakened crowds. Takes a picture or two as he comes on through, shaking the hands of all the people, reminiscent of Keir Starmer's entry 2 years ago. He's coming on down, shaking hands with everyone. No flags this time, because we do remember last time there were flags. TV cameras as well. There's no lectern, of course, so we expect Andy Burnham will just give his speech stood up. Well, he's obviously gonna give it stood. I mean, not behind a lectern. He'll just give it raising nothing. Shaking hands with all the Labour delegates around. Okay, from family, presumably. He's walking down now, and this is a momentous occasion. Prime Minister, 3 times attempted it, twice rejected as Labour leader, becomes Mayor of Greater Manchester, does something there, becomes popular, wins the by-election for Makerfield by a massive margin.
and now becomes Prime Minister. As a baby gives a side eye to the camera. Waiting ages for this. Hugging and shaking hands with everyone. Don't believe Keir Starmer is in the crowd. I think it'd be a bit awkward for him to return. But he won't be returning, as far as we know. He might be given a cabinet role. We know that David Cameron became Foreign Secretary. And give the lordship. Anyway, Ruby starts speaking in a moment. So, Prime Minister of the... Oh no, he's going to the inside. Is he going to go and speak to them all and then speak? Or is he going to give his speech first? He's going to give his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Burnham.
Thank you. I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the sixth person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the seventh Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model
and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government. I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build a new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again, the moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
And that's the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham. Goes around to thank more people. Talk about his first instruction being to end rough sleeping. So he's very much giving an atmosphere of getting straight to work. And this is what we're seeing. Andy Burnham go around thanking everyone. Just a bit more of him thanking people. Harry, let's go in. Kisses his wife, and he stand on those famous steps in front of that famous door. As he does, he stands there. And he's now inside, and this is new. We never really see this bit, but we are. He is inside the Downing Street, and he's now going to get clapped in. This is a traditional part of the ceremony of coming into Downing Street for the first time, where all of the staff applaud. Very much goes a different direction that Andy Burnham Queen's going. We're back inside. This is well, that was a very interesting first speech, and we are now expecting the cabinet to be formed over the coming hours. We will most likely be here for that. And according to the BBC's political correspondent Nick Eardley, a lot of people are in the dark about whether they'll still be in their jobs, a lot of cabinet ministers. So we will see. While I prep some more, while I get the next images in. We're seeing now the mass crowds, people getting their pictures on the famous door. And this is the story of the day so far. These images. Meeting the King and being appointed Prime Minister formally for the first time. Heading out. Standing in front of the amassed crowds in Downing Street and delivering that speech. Like so. And again, amassed crowds. So we are now waiting for Andy Burnham to appoint his cabinet. It's just gone 1 o'clock. We don't know when he will appoint his cabinet, but we know will be appointed one, and we know that's kept stum. So we will return shortly. This is cool, and we will return shortly for the inauguration of the new cabinet. I'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of this. Andy Burnham has been elected as Prime Minister. We're just fine. We're literally just trying to find a new feed of Downing Street because our old one is gone, and we have one from Reuters. So, check that on. Be 3 hours before it can do anything. We really should get premium. But it was Andy Burnham's inaugural speech. Sorry for going. I had policy meeting and things, so I had to go for that. So, hello and welcome back. Andy Burnham is set to appoint his cabinet this afternoon, and we are just waiting on the first bits of news about who has been appointed. I'm also having a look at political reaction on the internet. Ed Davey is talking about his policies on social care, and he will help. Zara Sultana has said that that Andy Burnham voted for the Iraq war that killed many people. He's a member of Labour Friends of Israel, called BDS Spiteful, praised Israel as a democracy, as still calls to call the genocide in Palestine a genocide. That's what he said. We can just see more people moving up and down Downing Street, and we're looking to see who's walking in, because that's how we'll know who's been appointed to the role.
Well, Eleanor, it's Andy Burnham's rise to the top coincides with a low moment for Welsh Labour, having recently lost power in the Senate for the first time since devolution began. He says he has a plan to revive his party's fortunes. His big pledge today was pushing power out of Westminster, but we don't know yet what
We can
that
hear
means.
some news reports in the background
He
there.
also talked about
Turn down
taking a
slightly.
more collaborative approach to politics,
Don't
less
use it on there
political
too much.
point scoring. Now,
But
the
we are
Prime
waiting on the
Welsh Government
cabinet appointments this afternoon, and we will bring you in as we have them.
devolution round funding powers. First Minister today, Reid Abiy, saying that he would like to
It's important to note when Andy Burnham was talking about the rest thing, it's risen in Greater Manchester since 2020, with an estimated 197 now in 2025.
breathe in space and make a tangible difference to their lives. Obviously, earlier today we had the farewell speech from the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
He also said he's
And on
going
the
to
front of
send his
Downing Street,
first
people
phone
lined up
calls.
really
They're
as
going to be to US President Donald Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. And he would also say that the UK's support of Ukraine would be steadfast and resolute.
She talked about making her party winnable again and how they had won back seats in Wales in the last general election.
The care of
But
the
she
people
told me
will
that
be
she
at
was
the
very
heart of
upset.
everything I do. I will give this my all.
Sorry, this one's better one now. Oh, so, wow, I haven't quite worked in my one.
So we are waiting now for
About
the first
basically, I'll say
cabinet appointments. There'll be a while, I
she was very
imagine.
upset, spoke
We're
to an
just getting
emotional
used to
Carolyn
the hype
Harris.
of
But
Downing Street as we'll wait
I
for.
think we've been about speaking to her before that, so
And
I'll say
hopefully it does come out
she was
soon.
very emotional when she spoke to us. There we go. Sorry, my brain is still. We're on at 48, right? Are we on at 48? Yeah,
Maybe
perfect.
3 hours.
And then I'm very sure
obviously Lucy Powell is apparently in line for Deputy Prime Minister. Shabana Mahmood in line for Chancellor. This is all that's going around at the moment. We obviously don't know for sure who's going to get what role, so we don't want to make predictions in case they're wrong. We can see the podium people taking down the last of the microphones. The podium era is over. Might come back one day, who knows? Yeah, this is a live shot of Kendall Shot. Part of demonstration itself as we wait for the first appointments.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to ask you,
In the crowd, his mother, Eileen, former England footballer Peter Reid, the grandson of Liverpool City Region Mayor Steve Rotherham, for instance. And right now, the first thing he has done is signing the letters of last resort. He is currently writing a letter and making a monumental decision what to do in the event of nuclear apocalypse. He's going to write 4 identical handwritten messages that will give the instructions to the captain of the nuclear deterrent on what course of action to take in the event the government is wiped out and destroyed. There are 4 options: to retaliate, to do nothing, to put the submarine under Allied command, or to instruct the submarine captain to use their best judgment. Be interesting to see if Keir Starmer reveals what he wrote. I doubt he will. It's not gonna... Oh, he has said as well he won't be calling a general election. Once again, this is cool, and we are waiting on the first appointments to the cabinet. Whatever they may be. Yeah, no, just waiting on that. Don't know when we will get any appointments, or even if we will get any appointments, but... yeah, we will get some appointments today.
How will you transform your business to capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
There we are now, just awaiting on any news, which we don't know when it will come. Might come soon, might come later. We will sit here and wait all to come. Excuse me. James Callaghan said he would order Safari and people to retaliate when he didn't. So. Anyway, in the next few minutes, I will bring you a replay of the speeches. Bring a replay now. We'll now bring you a replay of Andy Burnham's first speech as Prime Minister. Andy Burnham.
Thank you. I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government. In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that is our challenge, to make politics work, to make it work better. I know people at home are fed up with politics. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years. A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralised, economic power privatised, large parts of the country deindustrialised, and they still haven't recovered. Many feel as though they're still in decline, and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more. And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year, I will bring forward a new plan for Britain, a 10-year plan, laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence to our international partners. We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country.
Excuse me. So I'm now just gonna apologies to try and find the stream. Do you have any news on any cabinet? Cabinet obviously has a data sheet, so I'm just checking if we've got any news. Don't know if we have any. Reading out your words is just easier to say. Andy Burnham's appointment as PM presents an opportunity to redefine the relationship between the Welsh and UK governments. I know that Andy Burnham shares my belief in the power of devolution to improve the lives of the people we serve. In that spirit, I hope we speak the same language when it comes to devolving powers outside of Westminster by strengthening, not bypassing, Wales's national parliament and its ability to empower people and communities. That's the statement from Queen Elizabeth. In other news, all the Spanish players have now arrived back home from their World Cup victory. And if we look, yep, they're just balancing that on the tripod, so we can now just see the door of Downing Street. We are now awaiting the first cabinet appointments. Usually they take place. Given the fact that the Andy Burnham team seem prepared for this, they most likely will. By the way, Andy Burnham has made a bit more history today. He is the first ever member of the Cooperative Party to be appointed Prime Minister. Oh, we have an open door and two people walking out. Don't appear to know. Actually, quite a lot of people leaving, and there is a zoom in there on a few of them. So. nothing so far at the moment. We're just waiting on these appointments. But if you've got any questions, please let me know. Oh, apologies for that. That's not happened before. Better not do that again. Do I see this? Silence is a bit awkward, but there's nothing really else to talk about while we wait. Just keep an eye on the news as well. We'll keep an eye on the news and bring it to you as it happens. This is cool. Larry the Cat, though, heading to meet. But he's very much certain that he's in charge. This is cool. And we've had no use yet on the cabinet. We expect. We are now just waiting on the first cabinet. Don't know when they're going to come in, but we assume within the next. We expect within the next half hour or so the first cabinet positions will begin to be appointed. This is cool, and we are just waiting on first appointments. And as we are officially part of the public service broadcasting tradition as the school-funded broadcaster. Therefore, there follows a message from the BBC.
Well, it's a good question, Tracy. But you have got to ask, what has the BBC ever done for me? Sure, it's great if you're a fan of Ian Beale, or if The Traitors has any appeal. Who cares if they've raised $2.5 billion for charity?
What is he on about?
Oh. What has the BBC ever done for me? Fine. They introduced the nation to someone called... One fisherman in Aberdeen about a tidal swell!
Oh, am I known Cneud BBC Radio Cymru?
Yeah, but I live in Crawley. How does that benefit me? Yes, there are shows I wouldn't dare to belittle. Like a record-breaking drama about a hospital. What are we looking at?
He's taking a serious tumble.
But while you're giving your suspect the third degree...
That's not a chicken.
You again. Ask them, what has the BBC ever done for me? Yeah, all right, mate.
BBC monitise how kids learn!
But I'm 48. Why is that my concern? Well, so what if they verify news thoroughly? What has the BBC ever done for me?
Aren't you on the weakest link?
Yeah, oi, you've got a show on radio too as well.
And a hip-hop podcast on Sounds.
All right, mate. Oh! Who cares about Mary Berry, Glastonbury, celebs on the telly and gladiators, radio stations, BBC Radio 2,
Radio 3, 6 Music, into Asian Network, Radio 4.
Hello. Wimbledon celebrations.
Inspiring a love of nature.
In future generations. CBB shows about dogs and fabulous crabs. And on top of all that, they don't even have ads. A wolf? But, yeah, except this one. Now, I suppose they do a lot for British storytelling. But hang on, why is the music swelling? Stuff your apprentice,
You're fired.
your match of the day, and your Louis Theroux.
You know, none of this has to exist if we don't want it to.
Well, no, look, I'm not saying that. Oh. Well, it says here that the money we pay for the BBC creates over £6.5 billion for the economy, which actually sounds pretty good. But I still can't see. What has the BBC ever done for me?
Strictly?
Oh, bog off, Dubeck.
That was a message from the BBC as Cole is a broadcaster of the public service tradition. Returning now to Downing Street, as the first cabinet appointments are expected. Policies on social care for the Ebola. Zara Sultana has said that that voted for the Iraq war that killed off an individual. He's a member of Labour Friends of Israel called BDS Sniper, praised this as democracy and still reform call the genocide of Palestine a genocide. This is cool, and we're still waiting on close cabinet appointments. Usually they'll have taken place by now. I don't know why Andy Burnham is taking so long. In other news, I finally found the cable for my other camera. So it literally on the floor next to me. The problem is it's being covered, so we should go and set that up and have a little look through what's happened so far. Gonna give it just a few minutes. This is cool, and we are still waiting on those first appointments, so I don't know when they're coming, or even if they're coming, but we are just waiting on them now. These cameras are all over the place, I'll tell you that much. They were still there, as we're just waiting on the first appointments to the cabinet.
A National Trust membership. It's a nubs and knuckers thing.
Always starts and ends here thing.
Don't know if I meant to read the make up of that shot on the door. Just seen somebody go inside there. I imagine that might be the first of the appointments this afternoon. This is Scott, and we are just waiting on the final appointments to the cabinet. Well, on the first appointments to the cabinet, indeed. And I'm just preparing to give a quick BTC. Good evening, or good afternoon, and we are just waiting on the first appointment to the Andy Burnham cabinet. We don't know when these appointments are going to come in, but we are just here waiting for said appointments to come in. Where's my phone gone? To make it slightly more comfortable to hold because there's a it's like a clippy stand thing. If I put these together, I can hold it like this, and that's much more comfortable. And then I gotta try and look into the camera. But then we're going to be keeping an eye on the news as it comes in. One of Andy Burnham's priorities is funding social care. According to that, we have had a statement from the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, who said that he will support any efforts to try and fund social care. So already there's a sense of some of his policies becoming more popular. We also have had a statement from Kemi Badenoch who says she's going to hold him to account, but she still wishes him success. Bring Up With has said, I know that Andy Burnham shares my belief in the power of devolution to improve the lives of the people we serve. I can't attach it in any way, though, says. In that spirit, I hope we can speak the same language when it comes to devolving powers out of Westminster by strengthening, not bypassing, Wales's national parliament in its ability to empower people and local communities. And we've had some statements as well from international leaders. Ursula von der Leyen says she looks forward to working with Burnham to strengthen the EU-UK partnership for the prosperity of people on both sides of the Channel. Emmanuel Macron says he hopes that they could deepen ties between both countries in service of our peoples and give new momentum to the relationship between the EU and the UK. Why am I speaking to it like this? Because I want to speak into it. Speaking into it. Is it designed for a top down? I don't know, it's a weird microphone. Volodymyr Zelensky wishes Burnham every success in addressing the challenges of today, adding, we are ready to work together in all possible formats. So already I'm seeing some elements of cooperation, collaboration, and the like. There. She's exciting. This is always an exciting time. His first policy pledge has been to end rough sleeping completely. So I imagine that will be a priority of the Burnham government in its first year, something for it to be looking at. Light on me. Oh no, just something to screw. You see, I'm literally just looking at the. So again, so yeah, that's the news so far. We'll provide updates if and when we have them. But for now, it's back to Downing Street. Please ignore that music. It's not us. This is we are still waiting on those bits of appointments. We'll let you know as soon as we have them. When you it's working for on it, good. Again, just trying to get this camera lined up properly, which it isn't really. Then I will. Hello and welcome back. It's more comfortable and me if it's there because it's easier and more comfortable to look at. Why did it done that? Right, it's pretty locked in place. Too far down. Alright, that's better. Why are you doing this? Stop it. Go back. Up. I hate this. Excuse me, I'm just scared. No, I'm just on camera, sorry. Alright, this will do. Alright, so we still have no announcements yet about the cabinet. And we will let you know as soon as we have any form of update about the cabinet. This is cool. Afternoon. We have now officially crossed the 4-hour mark, which makes this the longest we've ever done by quite a margin. It's probably less content filled as the other ones, but we are trying. Given the current time and given the current situation, we're now going to go to Core News Update. Good afternoon. Andy Burnham has officially been appointed Prime Minister by the King. He says that we need to be better and vows to set out a 10-year plan for the country in his first speech as Prime Minister. Currently, discussions are ongoing. Oh, for goodness sake.
Easy, Jack. Get out there.
You might have guessed, but we end up with a load of adverts on this thing. Don't worry, that definitely won't happen again. That's just interrupting my news update and everything. Anyway, it says that the moment will be a circuit breaker for Britain and saying that he will be outlining cost of living measures from tomorrow. Broadcaster and journalist Edward Staunton has died at the age of 68. His career spanned more than 40 years, including a decade on BBC Radio 4's Today. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 2014. The Prisons Minister, Lord Timpson, has quit the government, but according to the BBC, Lord James Timpson was appointed to the role in July 2024 after leaving a role as the CEO of the Timpson Group, a business which employs key accounting and shoe repair services and employs hundreds of former prisoners. That's all for now. We can now bring you some breaking news, and that is that number 10 North is up and running according to a source close to Andy Burnham. Neither the location nor the precise details of the operation have so far been confirmed. Andy Burnham says that the new operation will help rebalance power across the UK. That's all for now, we'll see you soon.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44. a complete AI creation platform.
This is Clara, and unbelievably, we are still waiting on some cabinet appointments. They really are taking their time with this. But we will hopefully have them soon. Someone should probably bring number 10 and get them to hurry up. So, thank you. See you in a bit.
This is your 10-minute update. We've still got nothing, but some news has just come out. Keir Starmer spent his final days in office composing hundreds of handwritten thank you letters to every member of the Downing Street team. His team say he wrote the notes to emphasise his appreciation to colleagues for their hard work and public service. He's such a nice man, said one senior ally who was leaving government with Starmer. So that's your 10-minute update. I'll let you know as soon as we have more. Good afternoon. We still have no updates on the cabinet, and we're not expecting those to come in for a little while. But we can confirm that Ofcom have launched an investigation into Married at First Sight UK. In a statement on Monday, Ofcom said it was issuing a fairness and privacy complaint over the prime time show. In May, a BBC Panorama investigation revealed rape allegations from two female cast members on the show, allegations the men involved deny. Just to revisit some of what Andy Burnham said in his speech. He said he is acutely conscious that he is the 7th Prime Minister since 2016, calling this a moment for reflection and new resolution. He stressed the importance of Britain regaining stability. He also said politicians have not been good enough but pledged to be better, promising the biggest changes in the last 40 years. Powers will be taken out of Downing Street and into every postcode in the land, according to him. He will set out new measures for tomorrow to give people some breathing space with the cost of living. And he said, I will soon go into that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. I will give this my all. So that's what he's been saying. Still no updates as of yet. It's quite weird because normally they're in by now. So I do not understand why they've not come through. Maybe there's some last minute teething issues, but obviously Shabana Mahmood is widely expected to get Chancellor. Lucy Powell widely expected to get the Deputy Prime Minister brief. Yes, there's options there. It all just depends on what they're going to do. Just keeping an eye as well on other news while we're here. The leaders of the devolved nations have spoken to Burnham about their priorities. First Minister of Scotland said that this is a significant moment, as he said he was hoping to have constructive conversations with Burnham on the cost of living. The UK faces a number of serious challenges at the moment, and Andy Burnham is correct when he says that Westminster is not for the working for the vast majority of people. Therefore, taking action on the cost of living must be an absolute priority for the new Prime Minister, and supporting people through sustained economic pressures will be key to restoring confidence and stability after a period of political turbulence. Rina Bjork said that Burnham could use this as an opportunity to redefine the relationship between his and the UK governments. He added, "I know Andy Burnham shares my belief in the power of devolution to improve the lives of the people that we serve. In that spirit, I hope we can speak the same language when it comes to devolving powers out of Westminster by strengthening, not bypassing, Wales's national parliament and its ability to empower people and communities." Michelle O'Neill, in a social media post on Friday, said that the British government needs a different approach. "I will make the case for fair funding for public services, action on the cost of living crisis, and full respect for our democratic right to determine our own future here on the island of Ireland." Everton have wished him well, and we do now have confirmation that breaking news just off the press: Andy Burnham has spoken to US President Donald Trump in his first international call as Prime Minister. We don't have any details of what they've spoken about yet, but obviously Trump was most visible last night at the World Cup final, where he presented the trophy. Really itchy nose. Yeah, that's just broken on Sky. The identities of various cabinet ministers are apparently being held just a handful of Andy Burnham's core team, with his new chief of staff James Pennell and closest parliamentary ally Louise Hay masterminding the cabinet with him. There are two contenders for Chancellor: Ed Miliband and Shabana Mahmood. Miliband was the early frontrunner for the post, but quite clear that Mahmood has come forward. Louise Hay, obviously a close friend of Burnham's, is widely expected to lead the Cabinet Office. Lucy Powell is expected to be made Deputy Prime Minister. Annalise Midgley could be appointed party whip. Rachel Reeves will be offered a new cabinet post, will be out of there. This is all hypothetical, isn't it? Yeah, so that's what we're seeing at the moment. Don't know how much more we're going to see, so I will keep an eye out. But that's it for now from this update. We now return you to Downing Street. See you in a bit. This is Carl, and we still have no update on any possible appointees, but I can bring you some quotes from leaders. A Gazetted leader Kemi Badenoch says she wishes Burnham success, but adds that he must not repeat the mistakes of Keir Starmer's premiership. Lib Dem leader Ed Davey has expressed disappointment that Burnham did not mention much on social care, on Europe, or on protecting our precious natural environment, and that Britain cannot wait much longer. The Green Party says in a post on X that it's so much for a fresh start with Burnham, with party leader Zach Wolanski writing hope isn't brought back by burning planet. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has again called for an election, saying Burnham can't be allowed to make changes without a huge mandate. Nigel Farage has called for resigned from his parliamentary seat to end up with his summer debating a bin. That's all for now. Good afternoon. We are back on the air in a normal way because, well, it's just not worth really waiting anymore, is it? Because Andy Burnham is set to appoint his cabinet still. He's appointing it at quite a slow pace compared to other premierships. Sometimes it does this thing where it just randomly turns the volume down. I don't know why. Leader of Restore Britain, Rupert Lowe, has said Burnham has said his first priority in office is ending rough sleeping. Go to Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester and look at the awful job he has done there. My opinion has also been well documented after I labelled it as a... I can't say. Oh, he says, the people of Manchester agree with me. He says, well, he claims. I'm just gonna go scroll a bit there.
Difference between me and Hayden is
Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I'm just looking for more reaction. There's just nothing really going up at the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it back to this view because that way then you can see something else while I'm talking.
AI. Just generating.
Tim, with Monday Sidekick, AI is easy.
Right, like I have.
Apologies for the occasional ads, our feed is not great. We have just had our first confirmation on a cabinet role, sort of. We have now had our first ever sacking from a role, and that is the sacking of Steve Reed as Housing Secretary. Reed has said, "I am disappointed to be leaving government now. I wish your team every success." So that's breaking news that Steve Reed is out as Housing Secretary, and we should be expecting some more soon. This is a very odd first signal because it's not an appointment, it's a departure. Seems like machinery is very much still moving behind the scenes. Someone there going into Downing Street. We don't know who. There's a bit of a delay on the door. Lots going on in there that they can't just have someone behind it then. And we're just going to break away from that coverage shortly to bring you the confirmation of some sporting news which we've heard this morning. And that is that Kevin Keegan has died at the age of 75 after he revealed he'd been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. We will have a bit more on that to come. I think we're going to ditch the I don't know what we're going to do. Having my turns you remember is a bit weird. Again, we are just waiting on some more confirmations of people in cabinet. I can bring you a bit more from Steve Reed's resignation letter. He says that Keir Starmer showed loyalty in appointing him to the cabinet. I make no apology for returning that loyalty. It's what is expected functioning teams. I hope those who do not show loyalty to Keir would now show it to you. That's what Steve Reed has said. We are waiting still for some more news of cabinet secretaries, which I don't know if we're going to get. getting a bit boring for all this news. It's a really unusual delay, given how long it's been going on for. We would expect to at least have, we'd expect to have more than a few cabinet secretaries by now. We are still waiting. Interesting to see some of the cabinet predictions flying around. Statement from Volodymyr Zelensky. Congratulations to Andy Burnham on taking office as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Wish the Prime Minister and the British people every success in addressing the challenges of today. Britain has always been one of the global leaders. We are ready to work together in all possible formats. We highly appreciate the UK's political, defence and values-based support. The foundation of our bilateral relationship is stronger than ever. We will continue to make each other stronger. I'm looking forward to our conversation every day. Thank you.
Make bold moves. Make breakthroughs.
Oh, no,
Make your mark. Make the future. KPMG.
Still waiting on more cabinet positions to be unveiled. They are taking their sweet time with this. Oh, just as some news, Ed Miliband has been spotted walking towards Downing Street. There's video circulating the internet of Ed Miliband walking. And it's been funked as a hoax while I'm speaking, so that's really good to unfold on us. No, just not any more updates. Just awaiting some key appointments now. Hopefully there's some news. We have some breaking news. David Lammy is out of the government. David Lammy, Keir Starmer's Deputy Prime Minister, has confirmed he is not going to be part of the government. This is in the last few minutes. He says, on it, I am proud to continue serving a new cabinet. The new Prime Minister is entitled to build his own team, and I wish Andy Burnham and the new cabinet every success. So we are in line for a new Deputy Prime Minister. So that's interesting. Still no announcements on who's in, but a lot of announcements on who's out. We'll keep you updated. Just a bit to add to that. Lammy says in a statement on X that it's been the great privilege of my life to serve in Starmer's government as Foreign Secretary, Justice Secretary, and as Britain's first black Deputy Prime Minister. And while I'm bringing that, just some more news. Peter Kyle, the Business Secretary, has been sacked. So lots of news there to keep an eye on. We believe that the Business Secretary, Peter Kyle, has been sacked. So it's starting to ramp up. We're seeing a lot more sackings, and very soon we could be seeing a couple of hirings. So Peter Kyle is out of the government as far as we can tell. This camera's doing some of its weird glitching again, so we're just gonna rest it for a second. Because normally what works with it is give it a quick rest. A reboot normally works. Oh. Still waiting on some more cabinet appointees, but we've got some so far. So this is down the street at this present moment, and we'll be keeping an eye on some of these appointments as they come in. But so far as we understand it, David Lammy. So far as we understand it, David Lammy sacked. Steve Reed sacked. Peter Kyle sacked. That's 3 prominent Star era figures. And bit more news. Rachel Reeves sacked. She's out as the Chancellor. On the hour. So that is 4 sacked. Rachel Reeves sacked. David Lammy sacked. Peter Kyle sacked. Steve Reed sacked. Finally, things are piping up in Downing Street. We could be seeing our first ministerial hiring in the next few minutes, I would expect, given all the announcements. But we are very much keeping an eye on things here. Yeah, just keeping an eye on things. So, this is Downing Street at this present moment. And we don't know who is in next. But we've just seen 4 sackings We've just seen 3 sackings pretty much back to back. Steve Reed was the first to announce he was gone. And after that, sacked, sacked, sacked. 3 more in quick succession. We don't know who is going to be the first that is announced, but we are expecting the first announcements in the next few minutes. Just a bit more on the news that Kevin Keegan has, just a reminder, Kevin Keegan, the Newcastle Liverpool and England legend, has died at the age of 75, 7 weeks after revealing his diagnosis of stage 4 cancer. Keeping an eye on the news to see if anyone else is sacked. But a bit more from Rachel Reeves. She says, it has been the privilege of my life to serve as Chancellor of the Exchequer. To every young woman and girl, let my time office show there should be no ceiling on your ambitions, your hopes, or your dreams. I wish the very best of luck to my successor, Andy, and his cabinet. You have my full support, and I will continue to play my part in helping this Labour government deliver the change the country needs. So again, just the news coming in there. That Rachel Reeves has been sacked. The fourth minister of the day to be sacked. Apparently, Rachel Reeves was offered a big job but declined and was unwilling to take a lesser role than Chancellor. It's interesting to note. So, that's 4 sackings in a very quick space of time. Four sackings in quick succession. What does that show us? Well, it shows us that Burnham is making some big changes. We'll be keeping an eye on those. This is cool. Good evening, hello, and welcome. And if you are just joining us, then the news is that four members of the government are now out. David Lammy, Peter Kyle, Steve Reed, and Rachel Reeves are all out. Back shortly. Welcome back. We're just keeping an eye on the news. The Tories have said that Rachel Reeves' sacking was inevitable. That's their latest line. Another news, I keep forgetting my camera's turning. That's the news there. This is what we are. Keeping an eye on them. We're just keeping an eye on these as they come in. I'm getting a opinion. Waiting for a bit more easy. Reed is definitely in as Chancellor. We still don't know when the first appointments are going to be made. But we are keeping. Gentlemen around from political journalist from the Times, he says, everyone gave a Labour speech to staff in business an hour ago, meaning he might have been sacked as Energy Secretary. We are keeping an eye out. Just looking at David Lammy's statements like. sauces as well. So. Oh, bit of a glitch with our food there. Waiting on some appointments. It's full round 0 in at the moment. Just check to see if Sky has agreed to everything. Got some breaking news. The Attorney General, Lord Hermer, has left his role as Attorney General. He had been one of the former Prime Minister's closest allies. I need to sit up when I'm talking on this camera. He had been one of the Prime Minister's closest allies and tripped Emily Thornberry to win to the role when they ran the 2024 general election, making her the only shadow cabinet member to be left out. It said Hermer's appointment was a departure to Starmer's close personal friendship from their days as lawyers. He is now the 5th ally of the Prime Minister to receive the job. After Steve Reed, David Lammy, Peter Kyle, and Rachel Reeves, Andy Burnham still yet to reveal any appointments to his cabinet. So that's now 5 sacked. What we've seen: Lord Hermer, sacked. Rachel Reeves, sacked. Steve Reed, sacked. David Lammy, to say him? Well, he's just sacked. Peter Kyle's been sacked. And then Sky News with their traditionally over-the-top graphics. Just a big out. Very dramatic. Love a bit of jump on these days. And that news is just filtering through some of the other networks. So, that's 1 sack, that's 2 sack, that's 3 sack, that's 4 sack, that's 5 sacked. Shocking. Are we going to see any appointments before 5 o'clock? That is the question, because when we get to 5 o'clock, I'm stopping, most likely. Unless we get a really interesting appointment. I would like to see who the Chancellor is going to be. That's going to be interesting. Chancellor is always an interesting role for them to fill. Yeah. It's a live shot of Downing Street. We've been doing this for nearly 6 hours. Christ and the like. This was a bad idea. So if you're just joining us, the news is Rachel Reeves sacked. Lord Helmer sacked. David Lammy sacked. Steve Reed sacked. Peter Kyle sacked. 5 sacked and 0 appointments yet from Andy Burnham. cleanse of Starmer. That's all it is. Any evidence of Starmer's existence or Starmer management is now being removed. Are we expecting anyone actually coming in? It honestly seems like Downing Street are either holding out for a major announcement of some kind that they're going to make later, or more likely, given the time, they still haven't finalised the cabinet. Andy Burnham has been going around saying he's ready, but by the minute that's becoming less and less believable. So the question is, was he lying when he said that his cabinet was finalised? That is the question that I think everyone's interested in right now. Because why hasn't it been confirmed yet? Surely it should have been. Because your cabinet is the first key set of key decisions you need to make. So surely you should know roughly who is coming in. I mean, obviously this is all just speculation. I don't know if he secretly got all lined up and was planning to have more walk outside and do a big speech. Who knows? Keeping an eye on social media. Another view of Downing Street. We're just keeping an eye out now for some more appointments. I've got what is the... We'll keep an eye on these as well to see if any more come in. That's why I'm just silent. Oh, and it appears that there are people at the gates, and we could be about to see our first minister walk in. No, I know. This is why you don't get excited for anything. If you're just joining us, then we are waiting for the first cabinet on the streets. Which, so far, we've got absolutely nothing from anyone. So we're just keeping an eye out, really. Most it just seems to be a Starmer culling at the moment. A load of allies of Sir Keir Starmer are being axed from the party. At some quite frankly brutal rates. Not expecting Star to be gone this quickly. This is alright. There's some music just Remember those people get me shooting Speedy Shot? Interest rates are currently dropping. Markets are going to start getting a bit tetchy if Burnham doesn't appoint the Chancellor soon. People want to know. Yeah, we're just having a look now. Up down the street to see if anybody is coming in. At this point I doubt it, because the glitches are real and we can impact in this government, my god. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So how can we look at them?
The only ones of the original cabinet that were saying staying potentially are Event, Miliband, Shabs, what's her name? Yes, Nambi, coming back potentially and Healy and Rayner, Wes as well. Yeah, Alexander might stay.
We're now just waiting for the confirmation of any rules at all, honestly anything.
Kyle, we said might stay, but he's gone. Yeah.
I swear, this has been the longest wait for any sort of ministerial appointment in my life.
Drinks are on me and Dr. Pop. Yeah. What was that, what do you call it? Clarence something from Darlington. Was, I don't know, because I can't see on my list.
So hopefully you're able to see me better now, thanks to a new light.
Was that her there?
There, people at it, I think dark. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That, yeah, we're just waiting to see if any cabinet ministers will be announced. We have breaking news on a new departure. Liz Kendall, the Science and Technology Secretary, has been sacked. She is the 6th leaving office. This is shocking. This is an absolute bloodbath of Starmerites. A Starmerism and Manchesterism completely incongruable. That appears to be the message from this government. So Liz Kendall is out.
But I can't see that.
We can tell.
I think that's going to be a pool job.
far as we can tell, literally no one on the planet is in. And another one of Sky News' beautiful overdramatic graphics there. The problem that they haven't been able to. So we have a first act and 2 left, but in reality it's going to be 6 act, let's be honest. And it appears to be a completely targeted anti-Starmer massacre. Andy Burnham needs to start appointing people, or he's going to lose control of the narrative completely. It's an anti-Starmer bloodbath at the moment.
You were the one that was suggesting it for every single post. I mean, I just said hang about one. Yeah, she's got on the bar and she's out of it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think basically everybody, if she's gone, yeah, I think everybody from the old cabinet's gone, yeah.
So that is our.
Yes, and I was saying to Bobby, well, you'd think we'd have a list, wouldn't you, all represented this time. He says, yeah, well, I reckon he's phoned them up and they don't want to do it, and he's now having to kind of rejig it. Yeah.
What did Jen need to know about the line?
Yeah.
I think you're going to be on the green microphone headset
So
here.
everybody's having it. Oh yeah. Well, all of the sycophants we saw, yeah. You know, the Lammy, the Range, the Tips and the Gallants, yeah. They were all there, yeah. You know, saying yeah.
So just like that, Keir Starmer's out.
Yeah.
So this candle is out.
Next thing we'll watch you out for.
Wait, see if anyone is in.
And then some big policies in the next few weeks.
Please, right, if anyone in the Burnham office is watching this, please appoint someone. I actually beg.
Keir Starmer is out. Andy Burnham is in. We're waiting to see who will be Mr. Burnham's top team.
Thanks for the lordship. Yeah. Yeah.
Keir Starmer's out.
Oh. Just look out to the other camera.
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried Monday.com.
game over. Monday.com is super easy to use
Other AI
and
work
no
tools are available. As it stands, 6 have lost their jobs. And no one is in. I think everyone's just wanting Andy Burnham to start appointing people to the cabinet. Read you some of the comments about this whole situation. Some of them are actually really funny. Well, not repeat which ones I find funny to the basis on partiality. Oh, guess I'm going about Halloween something. Is somebody walking down? We have somebody walking out. Don't know, there's a guy's head in the way. Someone is coming in Downing Street.
There seems to be some movement. I'll keep in touch. Yeah. What's up? Quick, Carl, quick. Why is everybody fidgeting? Because one of them's about to come.
They haven't had probably one before. Somebody is going to be walking down the street in just a minute.
Do we know which way she's coming in?
Huh? Yeah, apparently they're all walking up the street and then they all leave through the gate. So you all come up this way and then they all leave through that way. Yeah. What's the juicy? Someone's coming at 5. I'm down now.
The Orchard Tour. Do we have any more sackings? I'm giving up on waiting for appointments. Yeah, as far as I can tell, there are no more appointments at present. There are no appointments at present. Jeez.
It's not a good start to his premiership, is it? Can you imagine?
I mean, Labour are pretty dysfunctional.
Housing Secretary Sam Reid has, Steve Reid, I beg your pardon, has gone. Also, the Business Secretary Peter Kyle and Liz Kendall, the Science and Technology Secretary. She also is leaving government. We do not have any news on appointments. That will come. Stay with us on BBC. Because the markets will be looking for one.
Just news from the White House that
If you got a chance to listen to Lord Neil Kinnock, who was talking about the sort of 10-year plan he would like to see. How do the markets feel about this challenge, this break?
Burnham and Trump have talked, according to the White House, so there is confirmation of that.
That was weird. So suddenly it's gone from 625.
625. None of us in the shady now.
Which is beautiful, isn't it? Told you it went all the way down.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it'll all be in shade.
Whatever. Okay. Where's John?
Oh, for God's sake.
Where's the young girl? Has he replied?
Don't worry, it's just a funny meme.
Don't need Stefan, we got Yui. Yeah, we don't care about Stefan.
We've got the nicer PA
We've got the nicer PA guy here.
Yeah, those assurances, no doubt, will be tested.
Joking.
Talk about tax policy.
Funny, right?
You doesn't cause trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
There might be some discussion on a wealth tax. We've already got very low levels.
You just goes about his business.
I do.
Stealth like
I would actually say it's drifting away through successive governments because of some of this tax policy. Do you think the markets will be nervous about that? And what is he going to do to bring some of that back?
You're right, Tom. Work out where to go.
I just rang Melissa, said it's just been told 6 o'clock.
Still waiting on any cabinet appointments at all.
She said, oh, well, look, maybe we could have a couple for 6:30. Anyway, if I can get 2.
Yeah. You get a transfer knocked down
and the next one. I'm going to do 2. Half an hour, maybe the next one.
We're just waiting now for any sort of appointment.
First he'll be Chancellor and Foreign Sec, right?
As far as I can tell, it's nothing at the moment. Oh, we have some breaking news, and this is one that's very relevant to us here at Cure. Jo Stevens, the Member of Parliament for Cardiff East and Welsh Secretary, is out of government. She is leaving her role as Wales Secretary. She says she's proud to have served in government. She was, in my view, completely incompatible with the Burnham vision because she's anti-devolution. So, question is, who's going to get the Wales brief now? There's a lot of questions on who's going to get what. The Wales brief is just one of them. So that's the news from Wales, that the Welsh Secretary is no more. It's goodbye, Joe Stevens. Another one. We are now just waiting on a bit more news. That's 7 ardent pro-Starmer rights out by my count. This is turning into a bloodbath. But still, at 5 o'clock, no appointments.
There's 2 staffers there.
Just a message that's coming into me from someone. Useless Joe Stevens is out for Wales office. And this is the sentiment of many of the people I know who are Welsh. So, So Joe Stevens is out and as Welsh Sec.
Alex, let the water come. I suggested that.
Yeah, he's at the gate now. Farming guy.
This is coverage from Downing Street, where we have a new Prime Minister, from Chancellor Rachel Reeves, and David Fram's daily.
He was one of the names touted.
Andy Burnham begins.
Healy.
The new Prime Minister has addressed the nation from the steps of Number 10, promising a new direction for the country. One other headline to bring you this hour: the former England manager, football star Kevin Keegan, has died at the age of 71.
So that's just bringing us up more news. There is someone going in. Well, okay.
To Downing Street, Andy Burnham getting his feet under the desk in the last few hours here in Downing Street, and now getting down to work, hiring and firing ministers. The resignations of those who are leaving cabinet are starting to drop. Those who will fill the cabinet positions will no doubt soon be walking up the streets on the pavement behind me. But let's talk about those who are out. Rachel Reeves, David Lammy, Liz Kendall, Justin Kyle and Steve Reed are the first high-profile cabinet ministers to be shown the door. Rachel Reeves is out as Chancellor. Our political editor Chris Mason reports that she was offered the big job in cabinet this afternoon, but has declined to take it and is now returning to the backbenchers. The former Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy and Justice Secretary.
So just to let you know, I'm going to give you the full list of all the sackings so far, because it's 7 covered Starmerites who are out. Rachel Reeves, sacked. David Lammy, sacked. Peter Kyle, sacked. Steve Reed, sacked. Lord Herman, sacked. Liz Kendall, sacked. Joe Stevens, sacked. It's a bloodbath.
Also out, Steve Reed, who's revealed that he is no longer handing something he said in the letter that he posted on social media that he was disappointed to be leaving government.
Oh, I'm sure he would have liked a happy ending.
Waiting at this hour to see who will be replacing him. But one by one they will be summoned and they will walk up a short distance from the gate.
Shocking, isn't it? The amount of people who've been culled.
Andy Burnham, of course, the 5th British Prime Minister we've had in 4 years. He was invited to form government by the King earlier this afternoon. Let's hear what he had to say in his first speech as Prime Minister.
It is a bloodbath. The amount of Starmerites have been culled with no visible replacement. But it shows that Burnham is desperate for a change.
I know, right? Oh. There's too much attention in the street for Larry today. Is he keeping a low profile?
And we have now just seen the first person to be up Downing Street in the last few minutes, John Healey. It looks like we are about to get our first appointment. John Healey could be about to get a job.
Chancellor's coming in a couple of minutes.
I tell you what, I think the entirety of the Labour Party is going to be in your London offices today.
I think he's gone back in. No, it's a bomb-proof door. Why do they have a cut?
No comma. No comma. No punctuation. No.
What he meant to say was, well, sorry, just.
Guys, please.
And here we are. This is a development. Is that John? That because John Healey was pictured earlier. Who is this? There's a man walking up Downing Street. Is it John Healey? Or are we just getting the images? Yep, that is John Healey, ladies and gentlemen, walking up Downing Street. John Healey. Here he goes. He's about to get a job, most likely. He's walking on it. And he just goes straight in. And that is the first man to walk towards Downing Street. First Member of Parliament, John Healey. Who would have expected John Healey to be first? I certainly didn't.
I'm not going to call that for you now, Evan. I'm not going to do that. But I think it's interesting that it's clearly a high-profile, prominent return to government from somebody whose resignation, of course, was just one of the three major dominoes to fall down.
We had a battle with the Treasury over not finding enough money to pay for the
getting soon to be a job, possibly a big job.
Money to
That's the only Treasury most concerned so far. We have had a string of we've had lots of sackings and resignations. The first one was
That is 7 departures, and now John Healey walking on up. This is a weird day. And we do have some breaking news. Another cabinet minister sacked. Darren Jones, the chief secretary to the Prime Minister. Darren Jones, the 8th member, sacked. It's a bloodbath. But beyond a bloodbath, it's a cull.
They were veterans of Miliband era with Andy Burnham. He was this generation. John Healey is very much the Andy Burnham mold. He was a junior minister back under Brown. They sat in the shadow cabinets. Certainly Andy Burnham sat there. They've been around for
It is brutal out there.
I also spoke to somebody who was I call him an Andy Burnham supporter, but somebody who's inside the team. There's been all this talk about would it be Bannerman moved or Ed Miliband. What you want with your Chancellor and your Prime Minister, you want a bit of yin and yang. You want one's doing the hope you change your mind and stuff, and then somebody else is the more sort of serious one. Tony Blair had talked about David Cameron had and if the criticism they had was that Keir Starmer basically no great guidance, a bit serious and spreadsheeted. So if Andy Burnham doing the right, I don't think John Healey himself would describe himself as a change of heart. He's more the spreadsheet and things. He was I think a Treasury Minister in the last Labour government, so he had a bit of knowledge of that. So I mean that is quite a shock. But once again it proves out that as it's one of my favourite things always work for again. Most cabinet speculation is witness speculation. Nobody knows what they're talking about.
But there we go awry. Somebody turns down a job, doesn't budge, doesn't take something they've got, somebody comes in and delay the whole process. Yeah.
There's a rumour flying around that Alina de Morgan will be appointed Welsh Secretary because she's a member of the House of Lords.
How will you transform your business?
That would be a shock for the ages. No news yet, but we know that John Healy is currently in Downing Street. I imagine Burnham's telling him what role he can have, and he will either accept or reject. Most likely accept. Because why would you reject a role in cabinet?
And actually, you know, lots of people say every former cabinet minister for that nation is now a potential BBC.
Tell you what, it's shockingly slow. Darren Jones is out. So just a reminder of the list. Are you ready for this? Rachel Reeves, sacked. David Lammy, sacked. Steve Reed, sacked. Peter Kyle, sacked. Lord Hermer, sacked. Liz Kendall, sacked. Joe Stevens, sacked. Darren Jones, sacked. 7. No, wait, that's 11. It's 8 now. Shocking. Still no news on any appointment. Lord Valance has left as Science Minister. That's all we know. I don't know much about him. They're not reports on it that much. Besides this thing, Prince Andrew would be a good addition to the cabinet. We need a general election to vote for Vicky. I like it when the trolls come in, it's always funny. Also, the reason it's silent is because I've been doing this for 6 hours. Oh. Sat here waiting for somebody to have a decision at the point of it's a bit agonising. We know John Healey is in there at the moment. That's all we know for the moment. That John Healey is in the cabinet, the cabinet rooms. Prince Andrew would be a good addition to the cabinet. No, he wouldn't. I can, for a fact, say that one, he wouldn't do it because he's a royal, and if you're a royal, you're not allowed to take political office. And two, because he's Prince Bloody Andrew. He's been arrested on paedophilia charges. Please ignore the adverts, they're constant and very annoying. Very slow. I'll never do this again. Well, I will, really. Still waiting. And honestly, I just want some sort of confirmation. Don't mind him, I've come to bargain.
Sorry, I couldn't get through on my Go Live box, but can you hear me
Documenting the
okay?
day in great detail. I'm not, I just literally needed to move my hands for half a second because I've been sat here. But, long, waiting for a single appointment.
There's no one to shout everything at.
waiting on any sort of news at all.
So's Fiona Booth, is she in the camp?
Yeah, yeah, definitely do that.
Otherwise, it's no point.
Should be alright. That should work okay. Yeah. And there's some cars coming up. Yeah. So how long do you want to take? Oh, you're going to miss it.
So Shabana.
Oh gosh, it's Shabana and do you want to do this kind of thing? Yeah, I would.
Here we go. Two more people coming in side by side, both candidates for the Chancellor, Ed Miliband and Shabana Murud. This is weird. Which one of them is going to be Chancellor? That's the question. As the door closes. Maybe they haven't made somewhere else.
Who's got the best fiscal plan? I would be a new way to do it. I don't know. The other thing which is quite unusual.
Where?
Who else is the next nominee? If the Prime Minister appoints a very trustworthy then there is a chance of why have you photographed wherever just one thought. People said to him, we're talking about camera styling positions where they challenge the Is there any suggestion, that might break up the very substantial, and it will actually change the size where big projects are funded. The equation is they go up in the end when the Barnett allocates money around the Treasury didn't give much money to the Northern Powerhouse. Well, exactly, and then all sorts of other funding goes through the Treasury, and so it's clear.
I'm just listening for any hint of any of those points.
He wasn't the only one in the North. There was no civic limit. And so he uses that as a sort of origin story of the things he wants to change. Inherently, you're absolutely right. It seems like he wants to change the treasury. Now, you have to formally break it up. Pivot wings in other ways, redirect it. We'll find out in some of the personnel. The apprentice is happening. Who wants to be the chancellor? I don't know. Could be John Healey. We're ruling out John Healey, are we? No, we're absolutely not. No. Who's got who's got what? No. Okay. Well, we were going to duke it out. The camera coming to the boot us out. So we've got to move. But for the moment,
I can announce some more breaking news. Breaking news now, which is a readout of the call between Donald Trump and Andy Burnham. The Prime Minister began by congratulating the President on a successful World Cup but agreed that England had an excellent tournament. So no mention of Scotland, who also qualified. The Prime Minister also hoped they'd be able to show the President what Manchester had to offer during a visit in the future. Setting out his vision as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister said he would be focused on ensuring reindustrialisation up and down the country due to good growth in the postcode. The Prime Minister also underlined his commitment to defence and security and said ensuring the security of the UK and its allies was the top of its agenda. The President then updated on the situation in the Middle East, and the Prime Minister outlined the UK's commitment to securing the movement of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz to support global supply chains and drive down costs for businesses and families across the country. Trump has previously criticised Andy Burnham as extremely liberal, but has since praised him for his alleged focus on expanding oil and gas in the North Sea. And Zelensky's also thanked Burnham for a call. So completely nothing apart from that. Indeed. So things are finally getting lively in Downing Street, but we won't have any appointment confirmations until approximately the end of time.
this point, I'll be surprised if we get any more.
You end up realising sport also pays you money.
The thing is that it's the opposite position. This is the opposite. Obviously, it sounds like it's opposite position.
Some part of that should have gone through the hospital.
I think Raina would be a good one to get. She could be next, actually. Oh shit, someone's coming. Louise Page, Transport Minister. Well, to be honest, I don't think I'm good. You might be given a home service. Fine. But the director is like 30 people. Health. She's a confidant, really, yeah.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Here we go, another minister, or prospective minister, walking through.
So serious. So serious.
Ginger?
Kate's open.
Is she curious about Louise Hay walking down?
Louise Hay, former transport minister. Former transport secretary.
I'm saying on until we get at least one announcement.
And this one too. You're just fucking with us now, aren't you?
Is she a big supporter?
Hey, you know what? I can't trust you. H-A-I-G-H. She supported him all along. She had quite a few.
So she's getting rewarded.
She will get a top job.
What's the top job in?
Education, maybe?
Nah. Health, defence.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Definitely not transport.
Culture? Deputy Prime Minister.
Just have a look at it.
Is she getting brought up into such big?
She got scandal because of some phone. She like claimed a whole bunch of phones were stolen and they weren't stolen and all that sort of stuff.
And then she found it abroad.
Back in a good place.
Yeah. Well, she architected Burnham's rise into Prime Minister, so yeah.
All is forgotten.
Exactly. Just don't mention those stolen phones to her. You might get a good shot.
Still, no more news. Hello to everyone watching. We are just looking for more people in Birmingham Town. We have seen 4 people going in. We've seen John Healy was the first to go in, then coming in together, Barnum and Lord and Ed Miliband, and Louise Hay has just gone in. No word yet from Burnham's office who he's appointed, which is very annoying.
I guess that's what a year out of
we are
government does for you.
Just waiting. Just seeing anyone at all.
Max Spector. Max Spector.
So just to show you what they've been looking up so far, this is Burnham's day as we've seen him. We have not seen him since then. But the king came in to appoint him. He was there with the king. He spent some time together before he came to Downing Street and gave his big speech to the nation. And that is what his day has been like.
That one's free.
Sat in there appointing his cabinet.
Because it was
He's
his.
phoned Vladimir Zelensky and he's phoned Donald Trump.
For a small fee, I will allow people to use it.
Huh?
For a small fee,
if you can go get me a.
We will see, of course, who is next.
Wow, I'm hungry.
To be appointed.
I think that's your problem.
H-I-G-H.
H-I-G-H?
Oh, it's H-A-I-G.
Andy, H-A-I-G-H.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was Haig as in the A.
Like that.
I would have put that.
Some companies are like.
We'll wait and see who is next to come on through.
Yeah, she used to be, well, I don't know. She's pretty. It's definitely, I think after that scandal has changed her quite a bit.
What are we doing? We're still here.
Still not seeing anything. Anyone coming through. We are just waiting because we've had 4 go through so far, but no word from Downing Street yet as to who's got what role. Hopefully, more people start doing exploits soon, because I tell you what, this has been an utter snooze fest to watch.
No chance. What with all?
I'm checking social media all the time to see if anyone.
Yes, that's perfect.
No worries.
Book your next ride with Vizu.
Other taxi companies are available.
Probably big enough. Probably bigger.
Yeah.
It's about the size. It's dead.
Actually, no, because I can't tell the difference. Yeah? Okay, fine.
Even if. I'm on a wolf fielding.
can I bring you some more breaking news? Are you ready for this, ladies and gentlemen? And that news is that I don't know if I've reported this already. I might not do, will I? But Hilary Benn is out of job. Hilary Benn has left his role as Northern Ireland Secretary just a minute ago. He said it's been a great privilege to serve the role. I wish my successor all the very best in working with the devolved Stormont executive to protect stability. The Prime Minister will offer my full support for the backbenchers. And Jenny Chapman, as International Development Minister, is also out.
Just by a window. Open window. Right, so they're rest of squares. It's 14 windows.
I like that Brady Bunch where they have each of the pieces. Masha.
Oh no, I'm tomorrow.
We are waiting for the first appointments still. Will we ever get the first appointment? God knows.
Because I could hear it and I was struggling. Oh yeah, that's good. I can hear. No, I was okay. It was Clive who was struggling. Because I could, but that wasn't much use because I was stood here.
TV basically.
And then there is that. Great British shit gets Great British shit. It's a great site. A great page. And
Someone else just walking in there. Don't know who that was, but it's someone. Reportedly, Leela Morgan has just updated her profile picture on Facebook, which might mean she's in Hyper Wales sec. Who knows?
It could have been better, couldn't it? This can be painful. I don't know why old men die. It's not bad for anyone. Good for you.
Andy Burnham.
We are still waiting on the first cabinet appointment. Literally anyone at this point, honestly.
Doesn't it help you when you're like this right here?
News from leaks from multiple journalists. John Healey could be the Chancellor.
I don't have a chair. I'm off doing
So John Healey is apparently going to be Chancellor. That would be a curveball for the ages.
some moves.
This could be like kickstarting another year.
Well, all of these people have been pre-vetted.
I know they have, but Sir Max back in the day.
Hey Tom,
I just kickstarted.
no worries. I was just checking with John. Let's hold it until we get the names. So if we get the names, do it at the top.
I think that meant
a massive
probably the last.
Cheers.
Massive error.
John was basically
For vanity. Just to try and get a good book.
I'm still waiting for this cabinet thing.
It's probably about that. Sorry, I didn't realise that. These things you never think you could.
Still waiting on first commitments. We know that John Healey is now rumored to be getting Chancellor.
That's the spirit. Handwritten.
Which I'm going to be honest, would very much be surprising.
Maybe he's having a wrestling match with that.
Oh yeah.
Still waiting on the very
I do. No, well, I had to write Clive a note when he lost his talk back, and I was like, I had to tell you, she's going to help.
Same with these. It's quite hard sometimes to find.
You end up rolling it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Trying to find the red.
rumour does have it that John Healey is going to be Chancellor. Which would be an absolute surprise.
Yeah, but it's not on the outside. It's on the.
Jenny Chapman is Girls International Development Minister.
Yeah, so it's tiny. And as you say, if it's dark, you can't see it. Yeah, if you want to change lens quickly.
In a hurry.
Aubrey Alderwetti from the Times is saying ignore questions of whether it will be the next Chancellor. Alan McMorrin in line, possibly to become Welsh Sec. I actually spoke to Alan McMorrin in the last couple of weeks, and yeah, she's actually apologies for cutting out there. That really was a minor
Maybe
problem.
she's been given deputy.
Yeah, Deputy Prime Minister.
Deputy dog.
Chancellor of the Duchy, maybe. Or I think
She was that before, though, didn't she?
Yeah.
She was
no,
deputy.
she was levelling up, yeah. Maybe that's what Hayes did. Chancellor of the Duchy.
A National Trust membership. It's
Knobs and knockers thing. Always.
Other memberships are available.
You'll never be that, will you? No lunch.
Yeah, time.
We'll see Larry then. No dinner either. Larry was probably won't have much dinner by the time I come home. I'm afraid I have no lady waiting for me at home. How's your missus? You alright? You message Penny, can you make some pasta? Frank better be cooking for you tonight. Better have it all laid on the table. Oh, right. So she dictates it. You don't get a say in whatever. He better not.
Apart from weekends where
Where are you? Oh, Frank, he's so old school, isn't he?
might be disappointed every day.
We still have no appointments. This is shocking.
That's why you're staying on, isn't it? You're staying on a bit longer so you don't have to slave over the kitchen tonight. I mean, I'm
There's
with
a
you
very
there.
low risk that we don't get any appointments until tomorrow morning.
I'll burn something.
I'll get a string with it. I'm still here, ready to get stories coming.
It's now 6 p.m. and you get finished with this
I'll burn some with Thomas. Where are they? Yeah, you get your Polish
Thomas will bring some pierogi.
Polish goulash from Thomas. Alberto, you got your meatballs. Over many toilets.
Just a standard hotel. Don't they sit like that?
It's very hard on your knees if you stay like that a long time.
It's meant to be good for you.
Well, no, it stops the blood circulation. You get up and you're completely pins and needles.
Oh yeah, they do. Thailand were kind of frustrated.
After they've done a few lines of Yaba.
All the toilets too hot.
Cleaning and using 6 from a sunny Downing Street road earlier today, Andy Burnham walked on the road in the crowd into number 10 to become the new Prime Minister. He is the UK's 5th Prime Minister in 4 years, replaces Keir Starmer, who came here to the general election just 2 months ago. Mrs. Burnham's father, Manchester, of course, was elected.
Well, I thought we were on a bit of a roll, but it's stuttered, isn't it?
Can you put the pressure? Several degrees sometimes.
You can see there the Chancellor's residence, number 11. This is cool. If you're watching, we're still waiting for somebody to appoint a bloody cabinet. Literally no one appointed. I'm going mad. This is ridiculously late in the day. Please give us an appointment, please. I beg.
Say again, sorry. I'm not going to be explicit about anything. I'll leave others to be stung. But the wind might be blowing in that direction, but it's blowing in other directions.
You missed it now, Steve. Yeah, exactly.
We know that John Healy, Shabana Mahmood, Ed Miliband, and is it Louise Hay? Yeah, Louise Hay are within there. So we just wait for one of them to be announced.
When will you be in? You get a key straight away.
And that's
exciting. That day's always fixed. You get the keys.
What about calendars? They give you a grand.
Did I get a survey? It's on there for his bagpipe stuff.
So they're the people who did my phone.
Do you know your neighbours?
Yeah. No. There was a whole incident at the...
If you would like an update, I can give you one. Don't know what the update's
What
going to
neighbourhood
be.
is it?
Yvette Cooper has been seen walking up Downing Street. Yvette Cooper. Cameras are now trained onto number 11. We're expecting to see the new Chancellor any minute now. Literally any minute now, we will see the next Chancellor of the Exchequer.
So it's time now.
here we go.
Melissa told me 7, but I think I'm
Literally any minute now.
he's going to stay because Neil's diehard. I'm an old man.
And the fact said it was 200.
Well, no, he said he was going home at like 3.
Because I only see the stretch being taken out. If it's that bad,
No one's just staying out. Empty stomach.
In a state of ruin, this is what happens, guys. He's in, he went to Spa. Grand Prix.
I think he was a big
no, I want some time.
I don't think he needs to be captain.
Come on.
I took 15 pictures.
Just clean up on it. Maybe
It's the worst one.
it's going to get past the mud course, so we have to get the
We're clearing
Yeah.
until the end.
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Should I keep this on? I'll still put 5 6 just I'll just see.
Somebody the rest of the style.
You could have any moves.
Anything.
I think he'll call the general election.
Yeah.
Because he wants his own mandate.
But then that'll also depend on whether Farage beats Gavin Pace.
Good pick.
Oh, hello, Marianne.
We have breaking news. John Healey has been appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. John Healey is the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The former Defence Secretary resigned on the 11th of June after a row over defence spending. He is now Chancellor.
She seems alright. Yeah, quite capable. My cup of tea.
Is Carlos been sitting right? He's opposite number 11.
She seems to have done last year. I can't see the Tories ever getting it back in, not for long.
What's he said?
After what happened.
Chancellor will be a fine thing.
Too many prime ministers.
For a team. I think we get all into it. Is it worth me going up? There you go, you want. There's 4 of us. I know, with success. It's good. Who's out the window? Way back. Way west to you. That'd be nice. Not on a boat. Hold your breath. It might not happen. It's the apartment.
Someone's looking out the window.
It's the apartment.
I know it's not. The apartment's higher up.
John Healey is Chancellor.
Gates are open. Audi's driving in.
Right, come on, there we go. Who could that be? Cooper? Guys, are you alright crouching down while the
We have someone else walking out now. There's 2 armoured cars. And we've just seen... Elizabeth Cooper from earlier. Give me a minute, I'm going to find a better footage because this one is ridiculously delayed. John Healey is expected at any moment. Is anyone expecting John Healey to be elected Chancellor? I certainly wasn't. So, John Healey, Chancellor of the Exchequer, former Defence Secretary. That is the appointment no one was expecting. It was believed to be between Shabana Mahmood and Ed Miliband, but we will be seeing them in some cabinet roles. Was any
We really wanted to bring one
We're
Daikin
just
to life.
looking at
We
number
set out
11
a
Downing
target
Street.
to launch SAP in 10.
And here we go. That is John Healey walking out of the Chancellor's residence. And that is how he is confirmed.
So the conveyor belt has started.
So John Healey is Chancellor, and we're just waiting now on the next appointments. We're covering the following news. Louise Hay is set to be appointed First Secretary of State and Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
Zero context.
Many a tight one.
Cool.
Right, given the fact that this has been going on for 7 hours and 40 minutes, we're going to wait until we find out who Miliband and Shaban been appointed to.
Just dropping in a few of the Chancellor just leaving to your FTP so you can pick them up. Yes, please. Yeah. Alright, cheers.
Going in. Such a good 2 hours. At that rate, we'll be here more.
Don't say it. It's just, honestly, I was just doing cabinet tomorrow and you get it all. The rest of them are just coming in a big bus.
Right, we're going to wrap it up there because let's be honest, let's carry on up to it. There's no point in sitting around waiting for them anymore. Thank you very much for being here, and goodbye.
2 hours ago, Steph.
Exactly.